Good morning. And thank you so much, Secret Admirer. Can we have a Valentine's Day bloodbath? We'll see. How's everyone doing? Happy Valentine's Day, guys. Also, Ben. Oh, Ben, thank you so much. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with Cornishon. Welcome aboard. Happy BTU Day to you, too. It's kicking ass in the pre-market. All right, let me get SP. Let's open. Couple more minutes. Do you mean Upstart? Both have a decent amount of liquidity in the pre-market. Upstart's a little low, but it's also traded a shitload of volume in the pre-market as well. Secret Admirer is definitely walking, probably. So good, Girk. My puts are frothing. I read the V Day. Happy V Day. I read the daily, but I don't understand what means guidance. Guidance is like when a company talks about what they're going to do in the future in order to improve the value of the company for the benefit of their shareholders. Greg, I got a straddle at 4130 yesterday for bed 28. Feb 28, maybe. How is it down 1.7k? I thought the IV crush wouldn't be that bad. 15 DTE out. Is there any chance I can get both legs out? Hold on. To 14 DTE? How did the IV crush that hard? Any chance I get both legs out profitable, or how to reduce the current loss? I don't understand. So you're straddled at 4130? One of your legs should be insanely in the money. And then VIX is going up, so the IV shouldn't be going down. Well, VIX is going up. It dropped, but it's going back up, I should say. Yeah, but VIX is already back above 20. I would just be patient. Uh, the put side of your straddle should cover that. I don't know how you bought so much implied volatility with 14 DTE. My puts are still down after the price drop. Are they too far out of the money? 4075 Feb 17. I mean, you're going to want them to go in the money. I know what everyone's panicking about. That's fake news, Kaioshin. I have a V-Day poem for you. Roses are red. So is the stock market. Happy Valentine's Day. That is all. Zero DT SPX 4000 look good. Absolutely not. That's insane. Is CPI bad? It's not good. No, I should probably unlock these. We better change earnings from Feb 24 to 27. No, I didn't really read anything into it. Need more time to count all the new subscribers, probably. Could be any data set that they want to include. Changing your earnings date isn't that uncommon. They changed the metrics on CPI to weight consumer costs more accurately. You make a bank on Palantir? I'm doing pretty well on it, yeah. No, I'm not unloading my shares. I bought more in November. It was a Pickles pick. I'll probably sell some covered calls on it pretty soon, though. For the love of Winnie the Pooh, please full bear. So I can make the market go down, man.
I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like. I can be red, I can be green, I can be violent downside, I can be bearish while your calls perish, I'ma be anything I'd like.
Jesus fuck, turn it off. Let's pour one out for McLovin. He will be missed in the Upstart channel. Did he sell? McLovin is out? Huh. How the fuck did he lose $500,000? Didn't he get into Upstart at like 15 bucks? He YOLO weeklies for like 2 months straight? Jesus Christ. Why is it the people with the most money to lose are the most irresponsible then sometimes? That's like cock magic. Cock magic's like, I sold a house and then he lost it. Cock magic lost 140K at a spy iron condor like 3 weeks ago. I'm well aware. If anybody's the king of losing homes, it's Chief Queef. But he has an MBA. Why BTU shorted Gherk? Because the market's open. Not really that bad. Feb 28 straddle I got yesterday was 12 4 4014. Now it's 10,800. I think Ivy crushed hard on value, but I guess I just need to wait through SLD, sell the put leg, and then wait for the call side to go up as much as it could. Hmm. You might get a little opportunity today. I don't know how long we'll hold this, but we might fill the gap. It's kind of hard to say right now. I don't have a lot of zero DT data yet. Mm. Maybe. Give it a minute and I'll have better data. Or we might just fill it in the meantime. What happened to BTU? It looked really good at open. There was a big sell-off at open in the market. BTU earnings were phenomenal. So I'm sure it will be fine. It's not like a meme stock, you know? It doesn't do the whole thing. I think they surprised on EPS by like, what was it, 80% or something? It was huge. Am I shadow banned? You weren't, but then Fluffy timed you out. With today's opening price, how low could SLD drop this week? 200 to 300 basis points? What is BTU's PT? $30 to $35 range? It's, well, the midpoint PT is 32.50 and then 35.60. 28's been pretty hard to cross for a few months now. Only really on volatility have we gotten over it. But hopefully this earnings draws enough interest. The EPS is ridiculous. GME got IV crushed. Yeah, pretty hard. Its IV was going up into close yesterday. $82.23 on EPS, 18% on revenue, 16.5% on revenue. Oh, okay. That's insane. I'm beating myself up for not taking profits last Monday on a $23 GME weekly, and McLovin burnt through 500K on weeklies. I suddenly don't feel so dumb. I don't understand what the fuck was he buying weeklies on? Like on Upstart? While it was going down? Not puts? I'm so confused. McLevin was buying weeklies last week, hoping for FTD run up. Why? I mean, we had like a bounce on the downside, but that wasn't good. Well, FTDs weren't even that high. We had what? It was like 5 and then a million and a million. That's cumulative losses? Oh, okay. That's fucking mind blowing to me that anybody would put that much money into like a single play and then do it all on weeklies. That sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope he has a really good job. I mean, he must, right? He got 500K in the first part. Futures retesting 4150 maybe? I don't know. It looks kind of weak. VIX is dropping surprisingly hard today. RC tweet. What did RC tweet? Someone tell the government to stop shooting down my balloons. Uh Red balloon, ouchie down downs. If this man doesn't stop tweeting against my open covered calls, he's buying Party City. Where do you see Jimmy's SLD bottom? I don't know, like sub 1850. Probably not for long. Do you think AI is gonna keep ripping? Mm, no. When was it ripping? It's up $1 today. IV's down. It's down 34% over the last 2 days. I'm not particularly concerned. Even today, it's still down 3%. Why is the market not drilling yet? It's not SLD yet. No, it's not a scarf. My hoodie? It's not a scarf. You got the OI update? Yeah, I should have one now. Mm, looks like a decent amount of put volume at 41. Zero DTs are kind of lame right now. Pretty big negative gamma at 4125, 4100, and 4075. Still a little bit of positive gamma at 4150. Yeah, it looks like if we slide down under 4100, the only thing in our way is the collar. Like shit gets pretty bearish under 4100. There's not a ton of call interest here, a little bit, and it could still capitulate. Man, the GME liquidity grab this morning was weak as fuck. How about Upstart? Upstart almost out of liquidity. Still pushing back against the rising market. That kind of fucked them. I don't know. We'll see. They haven't really tapped the ETFs yet this morning. They still could. It's an ascot. It's not. How many Netflix puts should I buy? It seems tasty right now. I don't know. Not too many. Now that I've heard McLovin's story, I never want to overextend on anything ever again. CPI data was shit. Hot garbage. With CPI pretty hot, let's call it moderately warm, and SLD tomorrow, are you considering going short SPX further than you are? Feels like a really good opportunity for a fast spiral downward. Get out by Friday, Monday. It does seem like a good opportunity for that. You mentioned them at Run, GME, Feb, OPEX to make their March earnings look bad. In what way would a high price on GME make GME's earnings look bad? I must have missed the follow-up. By increasing the price per share, it makes the company look overvalued. Are you still looking at 1950cc on GME? If we cross $20 today for 317. Yeah, I'll probably I'm not gonna sell them for 317, but maybe like 224. March 17, too far out for SLD puts. No. They're okay. They're a little over 30 DTE. We're moving up to 4160. No, probably not. Yeah, 4160 is very unlikely. I don't see it going higher than 4150. And 4145 is pretty weak. Generally on bad CPI prints, we have like a little bit of a rally as repositioning occurs. It looks like VIX isn't doing a lot, but price is, so that's generally a good sign. Or VIX is rising? It's a little hard to say. VIX is flat. VIX is flat on the rising market, so there's definitely some repositioning going on. One second. I think this will be a good opportunity to get out of the call straddle. 41.55. Yes, 41.60. Hold on. I don't, it can reject here, maybe. But I feel like there's a little room for ES to move up to like 41.62. Big guys still need to get out. Yeah, there's still a shitload of calls that are open out of the money. Also, last bit of short covering. Could be, yeah. Is it me, or is it weird to be a non-US citizen in the US, heavily invested in a China stock, and poking fun at the US shooting down spy balloons? I don't know. I guess? Are you talking about Ryan Cohen? Because he's Canadian? He's Palantir profitable for the first time. Weekly options chain is looking hot. But they were positive EPS like last quarter too. The problem with Palantir is their growth is slow like molasses. Is SL guaranteed to knock down GME? No, but it probably will. If you had shares, would you sell today? No. I do have shares. I might sell some covered calls, but I probably wouldn't sell my shares. As patient, I got a 4140p for March 1st. I'm ready for SLD downs. Let's go. Man, I don't like how popular SLD has become. I think Palantir seemed like a great molasses flood in Boston. I don't know. Was it warm out when that happened? No, audio is fine. Oh, okay. Big shoot down for Upstart earnings before earnings for Upstart, then fly up after. Probably not. I mean, with the liquidity they have on Upstart today, I feel like we're gonna just track the market. Like they didn't get a lot of liquidity in the pre-market, and they used most of it keeping it flat this morning. Now that we're all ready for SLD, they'll just defer it. Yeah, it only took like 16 months for people to catch on. That's just the usual cycle. Girk talks about a thing, everyone parrots it for months. Conspiracy spawn. Girk mentions another thing, repeat the process. What are your thoughts on Jamie and Fubo pushing up? Just following the market? Yeah, it would appear that way. They're not like very high volume moves. All right. ES is almost at 41.62. It's getting close. Inflation comes in hotter than expected. SPX goes on a rip. I think SPX is, well, futures are kind of flat. They're back to the price from this morning. SPX is up a little. There's still that fucking gap. I wonder how important that is. Can I still see that on the 5-minute? Huh. 41.5685 through 41.6289. Curious. SPX 4000 end of week possible, or is that way too far out of the money? It's kind of far out of the money. What's up with Tesla going bonkers? I think Soren upped his stake in Tesla last night. Someone did. Someone upped their stake. That's not fucking Tesla news. Hold on. Uh, was it Soros? Soros bought in. 300 up to stake by 300, almost 300%. I'm not super confident that's going to make a big difference. Soren is from MTG. Yeah, I know. Same like. Chip stock's making some sick runs. Yeah, Nasdaq's doing pretty good today. Nasdaq up like 70, 77 points. Patience. Soros will short Tesla. But he just tripled his stake in it. MTG like Magic the Gathering? Yeah, not like the Congress person. What price do you think Upstart is a solid buy for shares? 15 to like 13 is a very good price right now. It could go lower, potentially, but is SPX gonna just keep grinding up? We'll find out. There's still a lot of repositioning going on. It's probably not going to be that interesting of a day, but it is super awesome that inflation is hot. Soros increased exposure, not just shares. Something like 20,000 calls purchased. Damn. There's a chance that SLD will not lead to downs this month. There's always a chance that SLD will not lead to downside. Inflation's so hot right now. It's not that hot. It is up. Inflation is up even with the new weighting. It's still up. Polled against the next rate increases. From the Fed? Probably still 0.25. Do you think it will be a hard sell-off today if it happens or gradual decreases? I think that depends if we fall south of 4,100 today. We could. I don't think that this bounce has like very good momentum. VIX isn't going anywhere. Like VIX isn't dropping consistently with the bounce, which implies that there's a lot of repositioning going on here. VIX is almost flat. Yeah, VIX is pretty flat today. Something else that was really interesting is yesterday and the day before, um, huge amounts of puts closed on the VIX. It's a good price to get out of the call side straddle now. Or are we going to go higher? I don't know. I have a stop set on the call side on the straddle, just because it's profitable. I I feel like they're trying to push for the gap, but I really don't see enough support in the chain for us to get that high. I don't care, Tim. On Sunday, you said Tesla could hit 204 this week. If that's the top, then it's official. Stock God. We'll see. Fucking hate my allergies so much. Are longs or shorts repositioning? I'm confused by what's getting repositioned. I think longs are pulling back their calls. Time for Airbnb puts. There's the gap. Interesting. Well, we're just touching it. Why is that so important? No, I don't trust this like low volume fucking 89-degree angle upside at all. This is fucking weird. Share recalls? I don't think there's a lot of zero DTE calls right now. I mean, there were some, but not a shitload of them. Gap fills at 41.62.89. Please be a bro and crash the market. We'll see. 40, 57. I want to buy a put here. Rolling the collar? Why would they roll the collar with the market up? Can you increase the font size on your brokerage app? Maybe. I know WeBull has a setting for that. If the market jumps up for almost no reason by this much, surely it will be an aggressive downturn when it does? No? I mean, yeah, it could be pretty aggressive. I feel like not filling this gap's almost more bearish. Oh man, they're kind of losing momentum here. $10.28. $10.28. Okay. VIX is moving back up again. What happened right before the COVID crash? The market rallied like crazy for like 3 months. VIX moving up mean put buying occurring? It could, yeah. VIX is almost back at 19, and the price is going up. Anybody who got burned on volatility on the long side, you're probably fucked. But if you got burned by volatility on the short side, you might be in a really good position. Which week was your SQQQ Pickles picks? Like 3 weeks ago? In the last, I don't know, in the last 4 weeks. I don't remember which week it was. You can just search SQQQ and probably find it. Price action is sus, right? It's kind of sus, yeah. Shake, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream. Good spot to close SPX long positions here. I have stops set, so if this test fails, I'll close the long side of the straddle. You think it's share recalls? If so, wouldn't that mean nothing till tomorrow minimum? No, not necessarily. SQQQ was 2 weeks ago. Thank you. Midday, big flow to crypto. Wall Street boring due to mild CPI. I don't really think what's going on in the market right now is particularly boring. What if hedge funds need to close short positions this year, and then the narrative that the market is going to crash is FUD. The narrative that the market is going to crash is always FUD because market crashes are black swan events and they are not common. But I don't know what you mean by hedge funds need to close short positions this year. That seems like a very broad take. Taking Mrs. Visceral out for a fancy dinner tonight. Do I also need flowers and a card? I figured dinner and moving to Costa Rica is plenty, but you know women so well. You should make a handmade card. Go out and buy some dried macaroni. Let her know you care. Something is and is gonna happen, and I'm excited for it. Yeah, this is interesting. VIX now at 19. So all the puts on VIX have been basically closed over the last 2 days. All those like short volatility positions have been jumping out like rats on a sinking ship. So it's interesting. There's not a lot stopping VIX's upside right now, except for the market being slightly up. Does this formation on Tesla normal candles have a name? The bull flag? Bull pennant? You could say. It's bullish. It's a bull flag on these candles too. Interesting. Lower and lower highs. Oh, I'm on the 5 minute. That's why. Interesting. You still riding those Tesla puts? Yeah. I'll probably buy some more later today. I have a pretty decent amount of time on them. Does NVIDIA look like it's running out of steam or just taking a little break? Looks like it moved up with indexes. Mm. No, it's got some more room to go. Maybe another test at 230. I think it'll depend on what NASDAQ and SPX do here, but another test at 230 technically isn't out of the question. Huh. Why is BTU sad? It's not. It's up 3%. It's not like a meme stock. It's a fucking coal miner. 3%'s like MOASS over there. Relax. They just beat EPS by 80%. Three percent is MOASS over here too. BTU is pretty easy to trade. Yeah, it's not very, for the amount of implied volatility it has, it really isn't that hard to trade. Fuck man, I really want some more of these. So far out of the money though. You know what? All right. Fix at 19. Coal is dying, right? No. People are grossly misinformed about the trends in coal and the demand for it. But I'm not in it for that long. I'm in it for like 1 to 2 years. Mostly on a hot commodities market and higher energy demand after China and India ramp up production towards probably towards the end of this year, but it could happen sooner. BTU is extremely exposed to the price in coal, and if commodities warm up, coal will move higher. Did this really not fill? Piece of shit. Well, they tried to fill the gap. They missed a bit. VIX 1920. Things are starting to look pretty fucking bearish. I know BTU has some exposure to metallurgical coal. It's a far less viable way to obtain energy. A lot less manpower is required for oil and green energy. Agreed, but like China's scaling out nuclear reactors, but there's still like I think it's like a 5 to 7 year window on the completion of those. And in the interim, they've built like 120 additional coal power plants. So they've ramped up their coal demand while they're building out their like base power on nuclear, and then they're supposed to be like converting over. Um, I'm kind of playing both sides of that. Nailed the top. $700 per contract on 0 DT SPX calls. Puts are now up 200 a contract. It should be up more than that now. It was moved up pretty quick. You're absolutely right. Great play. Yeah, I have a pretty decent amount of uranium exposure too. It's kind of a fun thing. Outlook on lithium next 10 to 20 years. I think recycling is getting better. The demand for it's going to increase. But eventually I think between the recycling market and new production, prices will stabilize. So I don't think it's just going to go up infinitely. I just got out of 4130 Seaside with 100 profit. Now we just need to go to 4100, and then the put side will print too. Thank you, Gherk. We surely would get a 4100. Hold on. Sorry. 4100 what? Get a 4100 or below, right? I mean, that's the 4100's kind of the key point right now for if this is going to turn into a bigger sell-off, right? 4100 is about where gamma neutral is. If the market starts sliding under gamma neutral, then downside price action starts to accelerate, right? So, there's going to be some defense of that level. There is still a decent amount of call interest there, although this move to 4150 could see a lot of it close out. I bought my first put on Jamie at the peak. It's scary as I thought. Thoughts on BTU earnings? Looks like they hit expectations. Still holding April calls. They far more than exceeded expectations, and yes, I am. Their EPS is substantial. There's an 80% increase in earnings per share. How's the downside positioning look on SPX currently? Is there much interest as low as 40.50 in the next couple of weeks? The market seems overextended, especially tech. Yeah, I would say 40.50, 40.30, 40.40. Like, well, 40.50 to 40.30 looks to be where most people are targeting. How much theta is reasonable to play SLD? Generally, you want like if you're trying to play the entire period, you need to go in the money pretty quick, but then you want probably about 14 DTE if you're gonna go in the money quickly. So if you're buying at the money, you can fuck around with that. If you're buying out of the money, you want a little more. Maybe like 21 or 30. Can Chat GPT be prosecuted for pump and dump schemes? I don't think so. Although it's not supposed to offer investment advice, and I highly doubt it's been successful in doing it, given that all of the financial data it has access to is from 2021. Are you holding those SPX 4150 puts overnight? I mean, they're already up 100%. I don't know. you see any case for accumulation of AI shares in the future for long-term shareholding? I don't really know that much about the company. Maybe. Right now I have bear call spreads on it just because volatility was fucking sky high. Is that line still random? Yeah, it's just misplaced. The line is. Oh wait, maybe that's actually the real. No, that's not the real line. The line's drawn out here on the daily, and it's like this is the top. So it's nowhere near our current price action. It's just that WeBull can't scale diagonal lines across time frames for some reason. Oh fuck. This is picking up some serious momentum. VIX at 1965 now. Shit. Today's a crazy day. I like it. It's Jimmy's SLD downside target. I'm being pretty conservative because they don't have a lot of there's just not a lot of liquidity there right now. So I would say like 18 uh hold on, I marked it too. Give me a second. Like 1875, maybe maybe it's like 1780. Although I feel like 1780 is a bit unlikely. The last time they pushed us down below 1780, they had a lot more liquidity than they do now. I guess people could sell off, but that doesn't really happen very often. I will say that they are waiting for exactly what we're seeing right now. Hey man, this is a 1 DTE, okay? I was responsible about Theta today, ensuring the market will indeed crash super hard, super fast. Had I not bought Theta, it would have gone up. Your puts owe my Theta. Interesting. Hold on one second. Well, the BTU call was this morning. It's already over. Well, that's because they ran the market hard enough to get Wall Street Bets to sell out of all their puts at a loss. Oh, is the call in 15 minutes? I thought they already did it this morning. Yeah, we can listen to it. Are there that many BTU holders in here? Scheduled for 10 a.m. Chicago time? Okay. Revlon Saga must be coming to a head. Today is the day, right? Hey, Carl, fuck you. Bye. What? What's happening? Did Carl time out BMG again? Got him? Oh, Carl, you son of a bitch. Huh. If this drops like 600 BPS today, I just want to be the first to call it Bloody Valentine's. When BTU hits 30, thanks, Gorkachino. I don't know, sometime between now and April, I hope. The market's doing a down thing. Why is SPX following Tesla? I like that at the money call of yours. Which at the money call? Do you have any indication or semi-informed speculation on how Upstart earnings are supposed to turn out? I assume they'll short, but do we have an inkling of how they look? They should be pretty shitty. Yes, we do have an inkling of how they will look. They are expected to return an EPS of negative 47 cents with an estimated revenue of 133 million. We don't know how much. We don't know how many shares they've bought back. That could make a big difference. But I don't expect the earnings to be very good. We'll probably get some more information on markets that they're expanding their business into. I don't think we'll see any significant, profits or anything from those markets yet. But over time, it could be an advantage. Thankfully, they didn't get into the auto loan business like in the last 2 years and won't be staring down the insane default rate that is sure to come on people paying $1,500 a month for a Ford truck. That's 4 years underwater. It's some of you, isn't it? Don't lie to me. Your FSLR play is looking great right now. It's doing very well. OI updates on SPX yet? Yeah, actually, we do have one. Unfortunately, the one we have is when it was trading much higher. Zero DTEs started to pick up on the put side. Looks like all those calls are kind of blown out now. There were people buying $4,200 calls. I don't know who that was, but that was a lot of money, and it seems pretty dumb. Maybe they were selling them. Maybe they were selling 4,200 calls. That would make more sense. Isn't today the hearing for Revlon? Like the big important hearing? No, fuck you, Carl. I don't want the gap to fill now. Straight down. No, the truck's paid off. It's the title loan that's the problem. Oh, Rev hearing got deferred? Okay. 600 BPS down. Let's fucking go. I don't think we're gonna drop 600 BPS today, right? That'd be crazy. They got more liquidity on Jamie. They haven't really used much yet. Yeah, they still have plenty of liquidity left from this morning. They didn't get a lot this morning, but they also didn't use any in the early part of the day at all. They're using it now. Upstart, they used quite a bit of liquidity in the early part of the day, and they don't have much left. Upstart's pretty close to bottoming out. That doesn't mean that they won't get liquidity from active funds selling off. When did the tips cross? They've crossed back the other way, the bad way. That's why I sell the covered calls, and then the tips go apart from each other, and then you close the covered calls, and then you go long, and then the tips come back and they touch each other again, they fiddle with each other, and then you hope they expand. stop loss or stop limit on Fidelity? Stop limit is a limit order. A stop loss is a market order. They're both triggered, so conditional based on the point at which the stop is set. What does it feel like to invest in a company with positive EPS? Someday I hope to experience that. It feels rewarding. I've been in BTU since before their EPS was all that hot, but they're really doing a lot better recently, last 2 quarters. I've never seen this much green in my board before. See, you can be bullish on being a bear, bullish on volatility. My stop limit didn't trigger. Well, that's because you're probably bad at this. Make sure that your spread and your limit is wide enough. So, if you have your stop set at like, I don't know what the fuck your contract is, but say your stop set at $1.50, and your limit is set at like 140, it's very easy for the price of the option to gap down below your limit, and your limit will only fill to the upside, right? So you need to widen this in order to ensure that your order fills. Depending on the volatility of the underlying the contract that you're selling, um, you may need it wider than you're currently setting it at. Ugh. If you don't mind me asking, do you have crazy far out of the money stops on your core position? Some stuff, yeah. Like in the event of a crash, I'm pretty well prepared for a crash most of the time. Like I keep like a rolling like VIX hedge of like 100 grand roughly. Sometimes it's a little more, but yeah. If the market were to suddenly crash, I'm not really worried about my long positioning in that case. Man, they don't want to see us below 4106. There's a lot of support at 4100. We can still drop below it, but there's a lot of support there. 4100, 4075. Those are like the big like positive gamma supports. And really 4100 is kind of 4100 is the more important one. If we fall below gamma neutral, it becomes very very hard for them to move the price back up. Likelihood of us getting SPX below 4100 to hit that sweet juicy sub 4100 downside. It could happen. VIX is pretty elevated now. VIX at 1962. So not quite up on the day, but getting there. I think short positioning is just building even more right now. Maybe we have a little bounce in futures. I don't know. None of this looks very bullish. if I'm being perfectly honest. SPX looks bearish as shit. What's the ratio for the long position to VIX? Like, is it $1,000 per contract or something? How do you hedge your port? The ratio for long position to VIX? I don't know. It's like a dollar. It's like a dollar ratio. It's $1,500 per contract, roughly. And then I buy the contracts like deep in the money. And then you're always rotating them as VIX moves up and down, right? So VIX will move up, and then you're cutting like uh I really don't want to go into exactly how it's done because it's a pretty lengthy process, but basically VIX goes up and you're cutting in the money contracts as delta goes up, and then you're buying back into them when delta goes down, right? So you wait for like corrections to occur, and then VIX will move up like a couple bucks, and then you close out your nearer dated contracts, and then when the market corrects back to the upside, you open up new contracts farther dated, and you just keep rolling that. It can be profitable. With SLD it actually is, because SLD spikes VIX, and so you get like a really good opportunity usually once a month to kind of close out a bunch of in the money VIX calls, and then you wait till after SLD wraps up, and then VIX drops and you roll the money back in. Generally it's not supposed to be profitable, it's just supposed to be like break even. No, because you have the position is staggered across multiple expirations. So you're never unhedged. There's just periods where you're slightly less hedged. Heard of yo-yo dieting? Let me introduce you to yo-yo trading. Make up all of your losses from the previous day, then lose it the next. Rinse and repeat. Very entertaining. Would recommend. Hold the gap. VIX at 1935. The VIX cooling a little bit with this move up. Is that getting rejected? Yes. This doesn't look nearly as positive. I think I'll just be patient. Patient instead of stop. Do I want to stop? Stop and let set this at like 30, 32. It's pretty efficient. I don't know the exact cost of my port currently, but yeah, it's a cheap hedge to maintain. Do you do all that VIX management manually? Yeah, it's not that hard. It's like once a month. CPI isn't usually as whippy. It's just a continuation. Yeah, today's kind of crazy. It's pretty volatile for CPI. I think there's a lot of other factors that are affecting things. Oh, sorry. Give me 1 second, guys. Hmm. Okay, I want to stop here if this breaks up, I guess. Uh, see what's going to happen here. Futures look like they're going to move up. We fill that. Maybe a little lower. Hmm. Oh, BTU. Sorry.
Record gas production levels. U.S. natural prompt gas prices are approximately $2.50 per MMBTU, the lowest level since January 2021. Yet the EIA is currently forecasting that the Henry Hub natural gas spot price will average approximately $3.40 per MMBTU for 2023. Now, moving on to the fourth quarter. Our operations generated record free cash flow in the quarter despite ongoing recovery from heavy rains in Australia and weather-related rail disruptions in the PRB. Our seaborne thermal segment had its highest quarterly sales volume for the year as Wilpinjong and Wambo bounced back from the prior quarter's heavy rains, which continued into the fourth quarter, resulting in a quarterly rainfall which was about 40% higher than the historical 10-year average for the fourth quarter. Our seaborne met segment benefited from 22% higher realized prices over the third quarter 2022 realizations. We successfully completed a longwall move at Metropolitan and are ramping back up to full production in the first quarter of 2023. In the U.S., PRB sales volumes were negatively impacted in the quarter primarily because of the abnormally cold weather in late December, which significantly restricted rail movements in the basin. We had two cold snaps in December. During the first one, our PRB operations only had 8 or 9 trains a day versus the planned 18. During the second cold snap, we only had 1 train a day when 18 were planned. Our other U.S. thermal mines performed well. Gateway and Bear Run produced strong volumes and ramped up as expected. Wild Boar opened 2 new pits, enabling us to sell some higher priced coal, albeit at higher cost to produce, but at much better margins. We were able to extend the life of our operations in New Mexico with a new 8-year contract extension at attractive terms.
Yeah, Discord audio is working. I'm just not saying anything.
We are essentially sold out at all of our U.S. domestic operations for 2023, and the railroads are focusing on improving service levels from last year's challenges, including weather and staffing levels. I'm proud to say that in 2022, our company's operations had very effective reclamation efforts. In the U.S., we were able to reclaim 1.5 acres for every acre disturbed and 1.25 acres
BTU
overall,
earnings
including
call.
our Australian operations. At North Goonyella, we have begun the initial redevelopment efforts and expect to spend approximately $120 million in 2023. Our drilling program is underway with 2 rigs operating 24 hours a day to support the reventilation and planned reentry to a previously sealed area called Zone B. We are commissioning the main ventilation fan, and that is targeted to start operating in the very near future. Also, orders have been placed for critical equipment, including 2 new continuous miners, shuttle cars, conveyors, and electrical installation equipment. As a reminder, North Goonyella is a premium grade hard coking coal longwall operation in Queensland, Australia, with over 70 million tons of reserves. This operation's grade of coking coal is considered to be the cornerstone of coking coal feedstocks globally. North Goonyella is expected to meaningfully increase Peabody's metallurgical coal production and generate approximately 25% returns at historical long-term prices in this initial phase. We continue, along with other companies, to urge the Queensland government to roll back their extreme royalty structure. This is resulting in discouraging investment and the loss of jobs and local business opportunities that we can deliver to local communities. I am proud to say we had a terrific 2022, setting the stage for another strong year with a significantly improved balance sheet, which allows us to focus on implementing shareholder value return programs. I'll now turn it over to Mark to cover the financial details.
Thanks, Jim, and good morning, everyone. In the fourth quarter, we recorded net income attributable to common stockholders of $632 million, or $3.92 per diluted share, and adjusted EBITDA of $501 million. We reported record free cash flow of $580 million and had $1.3 billion of cash at December 31st, after repaying all of the remaining senior secured debt. For the full year, we had record net income attributable to common stockholders of $1.3 billion, a 260% increase over the prior year. Adjusted EBITDA more than doubled to $1.8 billion. Our strong financial performance allowed us to retire all $545 million of the remaining senior secured debt in the fourth quarter, completing the repayment of over $1.1 billion for the full year. Further, we are actively addressing the reclamation surety agreement to arrive at a sensible, straightforward path to pre-fund all final reclamation costs and eliminate the remaining restriction on shareholder returns. We are optimistic this will be completed in the near future. Turning now to fourth quarter and full year results. In the quarter, Seaborne Thermal recorded adjusted EBITDA of $209 million, a 22% increase over the third quarter, as export volumes increased 700,000 tons to 2.3 million. Costs per ton were 12% lower due to higher volumes and lower sales price sensitive costs. The segment generated $648 million of adjusted EBITDA for the full year, an increase of more than 80% compared to 2021. Adjusted EBITDA margin per ton more than doubled, resulting in margins of 48%. The Seaborne Metallurgical segment generated $188 million of adjusted EBITDA in the fourth quarter, up 66% from the prior quarter, driven by 22% higher realized pricing and 200,000 additional tons. Costs increased $14
They already said they
per
had
ton
640 million in
sensitive
free
costs
cash flow,
and a
Cody.
longwall move at Metropolitan. For the full year, adjusted EBITDA was $782 million, up over 330% from 2021. Adjusted EBITDA margin was 48%, nearly 2 times that of the prior year. The U.S. thermal mines delivered $82.5 million of adjusted EBITDA in the quarter and $310 million for the full year, both higher than the prior year comparable periods. The PRB mines generated $24.7 million of adjusted EBITDA in the quarter and $68.2 million for the year. The story for the fourth quarter was weather further impacting already challenging rail performance. Severe winter weather in December resulted in the loss of approximately 1.1 million tons. Together with higher black lung excise taxes from the Inflation Reduction Act, costs were temporarily higher, squeezing margins to $1.17 per ton in the fourth quarter. The other U.S. thermal mines generated $57.8 million of adjusted EBITDA and $242.4 million for the year, an increase of nearly 50% compared to the prior year. During the quarter, we shipped 5 million tons, beating prior guidance. For the year, the segment increased shipments by 1.5 million tons and improved adjusted EBITDA margins to 25%. Now, happily turning to the balance sheet. At December 31st, we had $1.3 billion of cash after repaying all of the remaining senior secured debt. Accounts receivable stood at $465 million, reflecting strong fourth quarter shipments and robust realized prices. At December 31st, we had $255 million of cash margin posted for the remaining 552,000 metric tons of Wambo coal hedges that will settle in the first half of 2023. We also increased our cash collateral for final reclamation to $150 million. Let's turn to our outlook for 2023. Seaborne thermal volumes are anticipated to be 15 million tons, including 9 to 10 million export tons. Exports are increasing 1.5 million tons compared to 2022 as production shifts towards higher quality Wambo tons and away from lower cost Wilpinjong tons. Approximately 1.5 million export tons are priced on average at $206, which includes the remaining hedges at $84 per metric ton. We are expecting to ship 5.5 million tons to domestic Australian customers, inclusive of the recent New South Wales domestic supply requirements. Costs are projected to be $52 to $57 per ton, reflecting higher export tons, a greater mix of Newcastle quality Wambo tons, and higher sales price sensitive costs. While unit costs are expected to increase about $10 from 2022, we will see substantial margin expansion from the additional export tons. First quarter seaborne thermal export volumes are expected to be 1.8 million tons, less than ratable due to a longwall move at Wambo and recovery from heavy rains in the quarter. Related costs per ton are also expected to be temporarily higher at $60 to $65 per ton. Seaborne metallurgical volumes are projected to be 7 to 8 million tons, an increase of nearly 1 million tons over the prior year, primarily driven by the completion of the Moorvale South project and Shoal Creek's continued progression through tough geological conditions. Approximately 900,000 tons are priced on average at $216. Costs are expected to remain at $120 to $130 per ton, as lower sales price sensitive costs are offset by continued inflationary pressures. First quarter seaborne metallurgical volumes are expected to be lower than ratable at 1.4 million tons due to heavy rain in Queensland and challenging conditions at Shoal Creek. Costs are expected to be temporarily higher at $140 to $150 per ton. Lastly, Middlemount results for 2023 are expected to be ratable to the just completed quarter. In the PRB, we are projecting volumes up to 95 million tons, with 92 million tons priced on average at $13.60. Costs are expected to be $11.25 to $12 per ton, about 50 cents lower than last year as higher volume and lower strip ratio more than offset higher royalties, and black lung taxes. Adjusted EBITDA margins per ton are expected to double from the margins realized last year. Other U.S. thermal volumes are expected to remain at current elevated levels of 18 to 19 million tons. We have 18.6 million tons priced at an average of $50.50, and costs are expected to be $38 to $42 per ton. Capital expenditures are estimated at $325 million, including $200 million of high-return project capital, which includes $120 million for the development of North Goonyella and $40 million for the Shoal Creek longwall kit. The remaining sustaining capital of $125 million is at the low end of our previously announced run rate. In summary, the company continued to generate substantial free cash flow from our unique diversified portfolio, finished the year with $1.3 billion of cash and no secured debt, and made prudent progress toward a revised agreement with our reclamation surety providers. Together, Peabody has set the foundation for a financially resilient company with an unmatched opportunity to return free cash flow to shareholders. I'd now like to turn the call over for questions. Operator?
Thank you. We will now begin the question and answer session. To ask a question, you may press star then one on a touch-tone phone. If you are using a speakerphone, we ask that you please pick up your handset before pressing the keys. If at any time your question has been addressed and you would like to withdraw your question, please press star then two. And we'll take our first question from Lucas Pipes at B. Riley Securities. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much, operator, and good morning, everyone. Jim, it sounds like first congratulations on the good work, and it sounds like you are really close to a capital return announcement, and I wondered if you've given some thought as to what the structure could look like across the industry. We've seen frameworks where almost all of the free cash flow is paid out. We've seen others where 35%
yeah.
is paid out.
They used to have a dividend, AJ.
The payout ratio stepped up as balance sheet milestones are reached. How do you think about the magnitude of capital returns once you have the final nod? Thank you very much for your perspective.
Good morning, Lucas, and thank you for those kind words. You know, we are in active negotiations right now with the sureties, so it's we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves with details, but we did make some comments at Investor Day about some of the concepts we were looking at. And Mark, you want to elaborate on some of those, please?
Yeah, sure. Good morning, Lucas. Good to be with you this morning. As we mentioned at Investor Day, any shareholder return program that we're looking at is certainly going to be proportional to free cash flow, and it's going to be flexible to return cash to shareholders through both buybacks and dividends. When we look at a broad spectrum of companies with shareholder returns programs, those companies that return the most and utilize both dividends and buybacks have performed best over time. So that's not lost on us. And closer to home, we like what we've seen from some in our industry, and we have a few good templates to use and improve upon. As Jim mentioned, we're not ready to share any more details with you today, but expect more in the near future.
Very helpful, Jim and Mark. Thank you for that perspective. And for my second question, I wanted to turn a little bit to the domestic market. It's been roughly 6 weeks since natural gas prices corrected very meaningfully, and wondered first, how has this impacted your outlook, if at all? And as you look to the 2024 domestic book in the PRB and other domestic thermal, how are price negotiations going? How are contract negotiations going? And could you share what you have currently priced for, and the price, if possible, for 2024 in the domestic segments? Thank you very much.
Hey, Lucas. So for 2023, we have a solid sales book. As we stated, we are completely sold out both in the PRB and our other U.S. thermal mines. So we have a really strong hand there, and so far, the shipments have been going. The nominations have been there, and the demand has been there. our customers, particularly our PRB customers, are still short of their target inventories, even though they're burning less coal, they're still short of their inventories. So the demand is there. The challenge we're having is with rail service in the PRB, which was a challenge we had last year and has continued into the start of this year, still with crew shortages, but also there's been some tough weather in the PRB. We are expecting to see that turn around here in the coming months. Both railroads have additional crews coming on in February this month, so we're expecting to see some improvements in the rail performance. And at the moment, that really, Lucas, is nothing that I would say that we're seeing from the customer side. It's more of a transportation issue, which is a carryover from last year. The question you had about 2024, we again have a very strong sales book for 2024. In the PRB, we're sold to around 80% of that midpoint of our 2023 guidance. And in our other U.S. operations, we're sold around to about 60% of that midpoint of our 2023 guidance. And those were all locked in last year. And I would say, we in terms of pricing, we don't discuss specific pricing going forward at that time. But since they were locked in last year, I would just say that the pricing is what we would consider to be favorable.
That is super helpful. Jim, Mark, and team, your team, continued best of luck. I really appreciate the detail.
Thank you, Lucas. Thank you, Lucas.
And ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, to ask a question, please press star then one. Our next question comes from Nathan Martin at the Benchmark Company. Please go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Congrats on getting the senior secured debt pay down, and thanks for taking my questions.
Good morning. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. Maybe looking at a bigger, quick picture question to start. Jim, you made a couple brief comments on this in your opening remarks, but how does China's reopening to Australian coal specifically affect Peabody? How much of an opportunity does that possibly present to you guys?
Well, Nate, if I could, I'd like to answer that in the scope of maybe a bigger view of the market in total, which would encapsulate Peabody and China. The market in total and the international markets, we've said and still are saying that there is a significant barriers to entry on the supply side. And so when market demands increase, the supply side does not respond because of these high barriers to entry. So taking that into account, that there is no quick supply side response, if we just start looking at the seaborne met markets and where they are now and what the potential impact of China could be on that, the prices right now are currently 88% above 2022 lows, so sitting in that $380 range versus $203. And that's because demand right now is solid and is showing some signs of increasing. Demand in India, Japan, Korea, and even some in Europe has increased. And at this point in time in January, we had more metallurgical coal floating in the seaborne markets at any time since July of last year. So the metallurgical demand has been good and is increasing in some of these markets. Now you throw China into that mix, and then you add in the weather disruptions that have occurred in Australia, and that's why you're seeing these current prices with the strength they have, with potential for those prices to be sustained or maybe even improve, depending on how quickly China gets back into the market and starts pulling coal out of the market. Seaborne thermal, maybe we're at the opposite end at the moment in the market right now. The prices are lowest that they've been since January of last year, mainly due to the mild winters in Europe and the eastern U.S. But the same, Nate, the same fundamentals exist in the seaborne market, and maybe even are more severe when it comes to the barriers of entry than metallurgical coal. There's no quick supply response, if at all. So we think with the growing return to normal weather, we think there's going to be growing energy demands. You see if the increased demand for metallurgical coal would be some signs of increased energy demand. You add China into that mix, and we see the thermal prices rebounding, international thermal prices rebounding later this year.
Very helpful, Jim. Appreciate those comments. And maybe sticking with your Aussie operations for a second. I think you guys touched on this a little bit, but seaborne thermal cost guidance for 23, higher than expected, up about, it's like $7 to $12 year over year, to a range of 52 to 57, if my math's correct. I mean, can you be a little bit more specific around what's driving that increase? Is it something in particular at Wambo or Wilpinjong? Just any additional color would be great.
Yeah, Nate, it's really driven by the mix, and it's really the shift of production to Wambo, both the open cut joint venture with Glencore as well as the underground mine in Wambo. Again, that produces a Newcastle quality thermal coal, and away from Wilpinjong. Wilpinjong's going to produce less. That's our lowest cost mine in the portfolio, and one of the lowest cost seaborne thermal producers in all of Australia. Less production at Wilpinjong. More importantly, though, is the increase in the export tons. Those export tons, increasing 1.5 million tons, we're going to see some substantial margin expansion given those additional export tons. And they come along with a little bit higher cost. Wambo, particularly the underground, a higher cost structure, as you can imagine. Also need to wash some additional coals at Wilpinjong, as well as the port and rail costs for those export tons. So that's really driving it. There's some higher sales price sensitive costs as we look at realizations as well. But I'll gladly take $10 higher cost for another 1.5 million export tons in that margin expansion.
Appreciate that, Mark. And then maybe while I have you, you gave us some good guidance last quarter on the other operating cost line item. Again, I know that's kind of lumpy with trading and brokerage. You also called out, I think, another $200 million of hedges looking to roll off in the first half. Any thoughts on how that line item or the hedges could look like over the next few quarters?
Yeah, two things. One, remember in the first quarter of 22, we had realized about $35 million of hedge losses, and that's really just weather-related production delays and delivering some of those hedge tons, later in the year. And in the third quarter, if you remember, we delivered a portion of those tons when the average price was $420 per metric ton versus, the $264 in the first quarter. And we recorded about a $27 million gain in coal trade in the third quarter. Again, in a similar fashion in the fourth quarter, we delivered the remainder of those tons when the average price was $380. So realized another $24 million in coal trading profits in the fourth quarter. As we go into next year, we're seeing opportunities for in our blending program and our coal trading program. So as we've typically done, we see some of that as well as delivering some of the fixed price tons that we had. So I'd expect a decent quarter here in the first quarter for coal trade again.
Perfect. I'll leave it there for now. Appreciate the time, guys. Best of luck in 23.
Thanks, Dave.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this concludes our question and answer session. I'd like to turn the conference back over to Mr. Jim Grech for any additional or closing remarks.
Thank you all for joining us today. I'd especially like to thank our employees for remaining focused on safety and for continuing to execute on our various initiatives. I'd also like to thank our customers, investors,
I do have some stops on the put side of my straddle.
For your continued support. Operator, that concludes our call.
Not yesterday's.
Thank you. This concludes today's conference call. Thank you all for attending today's presentation. You may now disconnect your lines.
The one DTs that I have open right now on the put side, which is only like 3 contracts. No, I'm pulling back my stops because the contract isn't trading. And I don't want a fill to trigger at 46 when the contract's worth like 55. So I'll probably just limit sell it at this point. It's deep enough in the money that I don't need to worry about it. I can, if the market keeps dropping, I can let it cash settle. So that was cool. Yeah, Peabody fucking kicking ass. For those of you guys asking, Wambo's a joint coal venture. That's owned by, I think it's like Glencore, CFMM EU, and Peabody. So that's what they're talking about when they're talking about Wambo coal. Yeah. The fucking earnings is phenomenal. Their free cash flow is unbelievable. They're valued at, half the sector average, and are producing like 2 times the free cash flow that the rest of the sector is. So yes, and they're probably on their way to issuing a dividend in the next quarter or two. As you heard, it sounds like they got the rest of their debt paid off. They're just making heaps of cash. And that's still, facing down, the issues of rains in Australia, the labor issues, the, lack of available transportation for the coal to market. So even with all of that in their way, they're still killing it. Why did you even buy that $12,000 SPX call? So that $12,000 SPX call is a ROVA play. It is the effect of volatility on row, and I'm just fucking around with it. It's like a fun. If VIX spikes to 30 or 40, that contract kind of goes insane. Okay, so now the contract's traded. I can set a stop on it again. Ah, fuck. I should have just bought these all in this broker. Stop price. Let's go. 50, 49, 49, 80. So 49.20. A row play? Are you bored? So if VIX hits like 30%, that contract goes up like a 400 or 500%. So if VIX hits 30, that contract goes up like 500%. There's a lot of shorts on BTU. Like, it's not like a squeeze play, but there's a lot of shorts. So expect them to get out as, conditions improve. But what? Anytime this year? Anytime between now and like 2026? VIX at 1967 now. Starting to move up. Little bounce off of gamma neutral here. I'll probably pull back my stop a tiny bit. 48.20. 47.20. How's Tesla doing? Tesla falling back down again? Yeah. Interesting. Not as much, even. And Tesla's got some fucking momentum on it. Imagine holding puts with a CPI print and capitulating after the morning pump. I really can't. What's that like? Nasdaq didn't get hit as hard. Tesla's in both though. I think it's a little more heavy in Nasdaq. I bought 215 413p for SPY. It's up 220%. Too early to capture the gains now, given SLD starting tomorrow. I mean, it sounds like you have a little bit of theta, not a lot. You probably don't want to hold it overnight. It's risky. I made so much money on SPX0 DTE. Fuck yeah, Dork. That's awesome, man. My SPX 4100 put got stopped out at 41.45. It was like $50 away from the bid, too. Yeah, that happens. SPX to 40.50 today? It could. Yeah, that's not out of the question. GME looks like it has a pretty good opportunity to fall below 19 here. Futures look like they're about to sell off again. Which should put them under, maybe under 4,100 or at 4,100. Which puts SPX below gamma neutral. So expect them to like I talked to you about this earlier. Expect them to defend gamma neutral. Now that we're done with the earnings call, could you help me understand the utility of EBITDA? It's most of its utility is in its ability to allow you to compare business valuations, right? Without having to account for, well, accounting and like financing. So you're able to compare, you know, profitability between companies across like a sector. I'm thinking of buying him to BTU for a long hold. Thoughts on the next couple of years seems promising. I wouldn't want to be in it for too long. I'm mostly in it until commodities heat up and coal prices move higher. I don't think I'd be interested in owning it into another bull market, but the duration of the bear market will probably be at least a couple years, and so I think it's a great buy and hold during that time period. You know, green energy programs are still advancing, and coal is archaic, but it has this brief window where it can be very profitable. They're a great company. They're very well managed. I'm sure the dividend will be substantial given the amount of free cash flow. OPEX next week or nah? There's a deferral. I have no idea. Maybe no. What is gamma neutral on SPX? It's right there. It's the orange line on the screen. Literally where we bounced. Sorry, that's DN? What? No, 4096.98 is gamma neutral. 4044 is delta neutral. You'd be so angry at me for what I did today, besides the part where I made money. I don't think I would be. Most of my small port management involves taking high risk YOLOs. So I probably wouldn't disagree with it. Is that bad? Absolutely. Oh, dude, nice. Yeah, I'm well aware. Not bad. That's good job, man. Oh, now your port's bigger. This looks like it's about to sell off so fucking hard. What kind of OPEX exposure are you getting? I'm thinking just Jan 2024 leaps and re-enter synthetic longs. Yeah, probably just synthetic longs with Jan 2024 leaps. I guess it depends what our price drops to. Like, I'm not gonna go. I really don't like going synthetic long on GME at $20, but I still have some open. I still have some synthetic longs open on Upstart too. So I'll probably hold on to those. If we start to get volume next week, I'll buy in a little more heavily, but I'm cautious of playing Feb OPEX because of that deferral. Like, it could happen. There still hasn't been a realization of liquidity, and they don't have to use the deferral, but it's there, and I don't like it. Are you predicting the SPX during SLD? You're predicting 100 to 200 BPS downside for SPX starting from tomorrow. Yeah, it's 200 to 300. Obviously we're starting to realize some of it today. SLD, especially with warm inflation, may continue longer. We could drop harder. The last time we saw this big of a pullback on puts on VIX, or a similar pullback in puts on VIX, was in June, which was also maybe the closest we came to a crash. CCs on BTU for SLD. I have some open out of the money right now at 30. I don't think I'm gonna move them. I got like the pre-earnings volatility kind of locked in on them. They've already crushed, so I'll probably just let them grind down. Check DMs. Oh, Darth. uh, you didn't even wish me happy Valentine's Day? That's it. I'm filing for divorce. I'm tired of your shit. 601 people hate watching right now. If you guys could, drop a like. It's a big help. What's your price target on BTU after these positive earnings? Right now my high PT for BTU is like 35.67. At which point I'll probably reassess my positioning on it. I'm super over leveraged on BTU, but I have a good cost basis. Options update available on SPX? Yes, maybe. There might be one. Hold on, let me check. Times it comes in a little early. Looks like all the calls 0 DTE are fucked. Most of the puts 0 DTE at 4100. Although there are building a significant amount of puts at 4090, 4080, and 4075. On the longer scale, farther expirations. Let's take a look here. We are starting to see a decent amount of put buildup at 4075 and 4050. Gamma flip, obviously, it's right there on the screen. So yeah, it looks like there's still quite a lot of interest in continued downside. We could chop around here for a bit though. I still kind of expect them to defend gamma neutral a little longer, just because there's so many open call positions at this strike. Last time we were super over leveraged on something, Cat ran from 165 to 190. Yeah, it did. Demand for thermal coal is waning. No. I disagree. I think China and India represent a huge amount of demand for thermal coal. Maybe long term, like 10 years, but not near term. Is 26 a good cost basis? I mean, if it keeps going up, sure. I've bought BTU at 25 a few times now. My cost basis is still like in the 19s, but I've averaged up. I have sold puts right now at 2750, which it looks like I'm not going to get assigned on, which is kind of cool, but I'm just making an observation here. You've said the word crash on stream more times this week than the past several months. Spicy times? I mean, times are spicy, but also most of me saying crash is saying that one is not likely to happen. Why buy expensive oil if no one can make you? I mean, you don't have to, but if you need it, you have to buy it, right? Who wins in the energy wars? A black smoky rock boy or shiny make you sick rocky boy? I don't know. I'm long both. I'm long coal, and I'm long the transition from coal to uranium. Palantir up 13% today, and everyone riding BTU's Chungus. There are other stocks, my friends. Yep, Palantir's doing well. I'm getting ready to sell some covered calls on it before it does not so well. Not likely, so full port into 3200s? No. My lowest strike put right now is 36. and I'm not positive on it until we're at like 40, well, like 40.86 now, I think. Are you long napalm? No. What's a good buy-in price for Eura? My cost basis on Eura is like $18. 18 and change. I want to say 40 cents, but I'm not entirely sure. If I'm not mistaken, prices are a little higher right now. I don't, hold on, I'll look. Yeah, prices are a little high right now. You might be able to get something closer to 20. 20 or 21. Uranium's a long term play. There's a shorter term play with like Sprott, but that has more to do with like near term demand and it trading at a premium. But yeah, you're looking probably several years. At least 3, maybe 5. Do you think you would make more money from trading if you didn't do YouTube? And you know, initially when I first started doing YouTube, my profitability went like way downhill. But over time, I've gotten used to balancing the both, and I'm actually doing better in 2022 and so far in 2023 than I did in the previous year and previous year's first quarter. So, yeah, I think I'm doing okay. Price action like Kenny fregging the world. It's pretty interesting, huh? I think this might be the extent of the sell-off for today. No? Just having T+2 day today, holding up pretty well. It is. They had a George Soros like tripled his position last night, so there's some bullishness from that. There's still way too many calls on the chain. I think overall the trend on Tesla is it's going down. Do you have a PT for SRUUF? Not really, no. Um, the reflexive mechanism from like them buying uh can happen pretty rapidly. And it's hard to say where the market is gonna stabilize, right? So no. Up. Up as long as it continues to trade at a premium. It's really hard to determine. Like it can get super fucking volatile. Chat sentiments about as worthless as a bag of dicks. If you make the market go below 4K, I'll become a pigeon whale today. It's not probably gonna happen. What does Soros know about Tesla that the pickle jar does not? He knows that he can sell in the money covered calls for like $100 for next year. Take the premium and use it to buy even more Tesla at the bottom, and then they'll probably have a recovery. So sell the volatility now. Price volatility, Yaga. I want to say thanks. I turned 100 into 400 on the first drop, repositioned out, but still in the money to capture possible SLD downs. Nice, man. It's probably my camera from me tapping my foot. Still don't get the motivation for Kenny. Why short US Treasury is in the first place? Was it necessarily adversarial as it sounds, or was it a means to achieve something else? I don't think it's as adversarial as it sounds. It's more just an inevitability that as the dollar increases in value, more foreign governments will be pressured into selling their treasuries. Also, a liquidity crunch in the treasury market is, still on the table. Chakuseki hasn't even codified anything weird this week. No? How's your AI position doing? Fine. Is BTU action shorts getting out? I mean, to some degree, yes. What do you think of BTU CSPs at 28 for March? Why March? I don't hate it. I'm just curious as to why March. Give me your predictions for Power Hour. I want your wisdom. I have no idea, man. Let's see if we break down below gamma neutral first. Fix at 1954 now. Futures kind of stabilizing around 4105, which is a bit surprising. Although the upside looks like it's getting a little burned out here. Fill 4110? I don't know. I guess we could. Watch your stops. Oh, they're good. I think they're in the range I want them right now. This I might want to move down a little. Yeah, no. I think I'm okay with that. Rovana? Say like Carvana? No. Let's see. Is there a new channel available only to pigeon whales? There's a channel available to only pigeon whales. Did you see my new option strategy for Feb OPEX? It's very compelling. Is it a bunch of $25 calls for Feb 24th Velvet Jupiter? Be honest with me. $30s? Oh, okay. How does one spot hedging? What do you mean? I mean, you can't like look at the volume and be like, that's hedging. Understanding the market maker's positioning can help you know when they need to hedge and when they don't, or where they're going to hedge. Can people see what position you're buying and selling? Some of them? Well, Winston meme. Nice. What are possible catalysts that could cause a black swan crash? Japan pinning the yen. Escalation of the war in Ukraine. Escalation of conflict between the US and China, or China and Taiwan. Did I say treasury liquidity? Yeah, treasury liquidity. Mass sell-offs by long position holders. I heard Brendan Fraser is starring in a sequel movie called Pigeon Whale. That'd be awesome. Potato Tom getting back on the air and talking about potatoes. What would happen to the market if Biden and Trump were caught having an affair with each other? Sounds bullish. SPY all-time high. Hmm. SPX repeating the pattern from an hour ago. Not quite. This pullback has a little more momentum. Not a lot more, but a little more. If I was a B and you were a B, what would I be to you? Same like? Bear flag. Bear horn? A bit. Yeah, volatility is picking up. Will Apple ever enter a downtrend, or are they literally too big to fail? I mean, eventually they probably will. They're kind of trending down right now. Over the last week or so. They are considered like a fairly safe investment. So, um, people that are scared of investing elsewhere probably piling into Apple right now. Although I do think Apple's set to pull back. Maybe like kind of seems extreme, but like 130. I'm pretty willing to buy Apple under 125. SPX back to 4075. We'll see how this like rally here plays out. You wearing a bathrobe? No, it's like an old hoodie. I have a bathrobe. I suppose I could wear it. I mean, it is Valentine's Day. True. Promise. I don't know where it is. I'd have to find it. I don't have one of those, Brett. Where likes? I don't know. People are people are just too happy about puts they bought this morning right now. Alright, so the gap's filled. I don't think we fill that gap, right? Nah. I'm happy too. So happy. I pressed the like button immediately. uh SPX, massive descending wedge. There's a wedge. Probably not a great time frame to look at it on. This is probably better, and it looks like shit. Right? Like high volatility drawdown. That's usually not a good sign. Why isn't JD taking the SPX out back and beating it with a rubber hose until it gets below his collar again? I mean, he's got till March 31st, right? What stocks do institutions tap for liquidity? Like the QQQ? Generally, Dow doesn't get hit as hard. R2K and NASDAQ get hit the hardest. Not like the NASDAQ 100. They only have 4065s. They don't have 4030s. They rolled those up. They have 4065s and 3600 puts. Are you having technical difficulties this morning? It's the craziest thing. I made you a Valentine's Day card, but I think the Discord must have messed up because yours didn't come through. No. I haven't finished mine yet. I was saving it for later. Violets are blue, with the body of a horse and a heart so true. The centaur is a symbol of strength and love combined. Happy Valentine's Day to the mythical and divine. Thank you so much, Chaku. I appreciate it. It's beautifully written and stuff. My wife said she doesn't want anything for Valentine's. Is it a trap? Sounds like one. Check DMs. Oh, there's nothing there. Oh, nice. Thank you, Fluffy. Greg, can you tell me what you were cryptically talking about with Citadel Insurance yesterday? I didn't get it. That's okay. Ban chat GPT poems from the chat. What are your expectations for Upstart this week? Kind of not a lot. I've already drawn the line in the sand, Darth. Dan GPT greater than Chat GPT. Do you expect PPI to be cooling or heating up this Thursday? Do you think it will be, its effect will be big enough to stop SLD? No. But it's probably going to continue cooling. Why is Upstart going up? What is this opposite day? It's just a day. It's a day where Upstart's going up. Earnings calls after hours today. Hmm. SPX dump, please. Patience. You can't just have nothing but downside. Stop wishing for the market to crash. It's ridiculous. I was feeling frisky today, and I sold a March 17, 15p on Upstart, up $6, bullish on earnings. Nice. There once was a man from Matras whose balls were made of fine brass, and in stormy weather they both clinged together, and sparks flew out of his ass. Beautiful. You have a larger chance of picking up a winning lottery ticket than predicting a market crash. Actually, the market crash odds might be better, but not much. Well, not Chat GPT? I have no idea. The market will crash again, but I will not win the lotto. That's probably true. You probably also won't predict the market crash. Can you tell what GM on BTU is? I bought shares and would like to sell some CCs. Volatility looks kind of tasty. Yeah, volatility is pretty nice right now. Do I have that? I should have it. Even with this bounce, SLD shouldn't start until tomorrow, right? At what price would you cut your put side if it keeps bouncing? I mean, SLD sell-offs can start anytime this week if the price is high. It doesn't matter when the deposit period actually starts. Price would I cut my put side? I have no intention of cutting my puts. Gamma max on BTU is currently 39.83. I will say that Gamma max on BTU is probably not as relevant in its ability to cross Gamma max and stay above Gamma max as other stocks. It has a fairly low interest options chain. If you had to make an artist rendering of a taint, what would you draw? Second, please draw a taint like by itself. Yeah, it's probably, you know, something like this. Maybe like a little thin line of skin in the middle. Little hair. Butthole. Some of the other pigeonholes and myself commissioned a new cologne from the Creed Perfume House in your honor for Valentine's Day. It's called Centaur. It has notes of hay, leather, and keratin. Oh, awesome. I'm gonna have to start hanging out at horse ranches. Where do horse girls hang out? Congratulations, Cody. Apple orchards. I know this one, Texas. Never mind. Considering dumping my BTU 30C for 317 for break even? Interested in your perspective. Me selling might be the catalyst BTU needs to rocket to 35. I mean, my perspective is you didn't buy enough theta. And you taking your call off the table at break even is just up to you. The market is red. The pickle jar is blue. Here's the volatility because Gurk, we love you. Also, fuck Carl. I agree. I agree. I love me too. And yes, fuck you, Carl. I'm surprised you're not at horse ranches already. Lots of horse girls to brush your mane. Tons of prime mares. Listen, there's just not a lot of horse ranches near here, you know? Maybe Long Island. Long Island. Really, though, they hang out at boarding stables. I grew up on one, and I know this to be a fact. I found that distressed one for you. No, it's pronounced Long Island. What is Long Island? I mean, if you don't know, you don't know, J Fresh. What do you mean working to pay for their habit? I thought equestrians were just rich. What do you... I don't understand this concept that you're bringing to the table of work. Most aren't rich and are quite poor. Then why do rich people things? It's like living in rent-controlled housing and being like with aspirations to be a professional polo player. Check DMs for a horse riding stream card. Oh boy. I'm glad I inspired you. Oh, perfect. That's not disturbing at all. I'm not into that. Horse poor, same like house poor? I don't know. My first girlfriend was into horse riding, did it at county fairs. She was very poor. I mean, yeah, I mean, she dated you and you're homeless, so, you know? I've been super nice and appreciative towards JFresh and he hates it. I love it. Yep, that's the best way to get under someone's skin, is to be overly nice to them. Saccharin. I haven't, Bob. Tell me about it. Is this zero GTE puts profit taking before going soft again? Hmm. Maybe. Some zero GTE puts definitely went in the money. I would say that there's not a lot of buying momentum currently. There's still a lot of repositioning going on, but VIX has dropped a bit, back down to 1915. Futures are fairly stable right now. Might be getting ready to drop a little bit. We'll see. I think if we're going to see a sell-off, it'll be soon, but not too soon. Maybe 1240. Well, the slogan of the video is just the right height, no bucket required, and it's about a man's love for horses. That sounds fucking weird. Can you not sell covered calls on SQQQ for a few days? Too late, sorry. Super duper appreciative of you and the quants and also to those who take trading seriously. These are the people who give the utmost value. Excelsior. No, I didn't go to Yale. Ew. Are you trying to get assigned on SQQQ covered calls? I'd be okay with being assigned on them. It looks to me that like 4100 might hold for today. What do you think? It could, yeah. We'll see. I think the upside momentum here is starting to burn out a little bit. So we'll see how far it pulls back. There's another gap somewhere up here. Yeah, like 41.29. 41.25. Most of the interest looks to have collapsed, but there's a tiny bit left. The number of 0 DTE calls today is actually exceeds yesterday's. Except the put volume is much higher as well. I think as we move up, there's going to be more accumulation of put volume on the 0 DTEs. So I think 41.25 is kind of where we can end up here, and then you know we'll probably see more leverage open up to the downside. If you call the timing of the drop, I will become a pigeon whale for the next year. What drop? Like intraday? Define the drop. Are we expecting downs on SPX in the latter half of the day? Yeah, I mean, we can move back towards gamma neutral. SPX on its way to 12K in no time. That's not the point of that call. Just say from now till mid-March. That's not fair. You mentioned 1240 that we might see downside. Oh, yeah. So the intraday one. Yeah, it looks like right around there. But if it does go to 12K, you'd be so rich. I didn't buy the call for the market to go up, let me tell you. Can you explain the point of that call? It's a joke. Mostly. Well, it's not a joke. So if VIX moves up 5 to 10 points in the next 2 years, that call will be very valuable. Like a 10 point bump on the VIX and a drop to 3,600, and that call will be worth 643% of what I bought it for, roughly. Or a contract value of like $54. If the VIX goes up to 40, it gets really crazy. Like VIX to 40, market to 3,200. Contracts worth like $121. Yeah, I mean someone will buy it because they need to buy Vega to hedge. Keep going, I'm almost there. Roses are red, violets are blue. Hambadan really likes you. Could Upstart squeeze past 32? Not right now. I mean, maybe if they did their buyback, that'd be cool. My old manager just reached out to me asking if I wanted to discuss a job opportunity. Bullish. Nice. Did they run out of Upstart liquidity so it gets just dragged around by the market and not go down like stocks might before earnings? I mean it's pretty low on liquidity today, so yeah, it's probably just gonna get dragged around. If the market sells off here again, then it'll probably get dragged back down. Volatility is picking up. But which way? Hmm. Yeah, looks less bullish. What are the chances Upstart announces they did not do any of their share buyback? I'm sure they've done a little, but probably not as much as people are hoping for. Wait, what's a job? It's what people who don't sell covered calls do. How many in chat are chasing you with that same SPX 1200 call? Because I'm considering it. It's like a joke, and it's betting on like an absurd move in VIX that probably won't happen. Unless you want to hire me, Girk, I'd love to be paid more than bottle caps and free coffee for my work here. I'm easily worth 50 cents a day. How about no money, but I'll say I appreciate you occasionally. 3 times a year. One of them on your birthday. I shouldn't have bought it. Done quitting my job now. How's SVX looking for tomorrow? I don't know. Fucking shitty. Tomorrow's SLD. What is that question when people ask it? Can you give me hopium on Upstart price improvement? It looks like it's trending with the market right now, and tapping resistance. How are these fucking cover calls still up? If they don't announce a buyback, we'll most likely see more downs on Upstart. Would that mean they will be back on Reg Show again? It could. Have they been off for enough time yet to go back on Reg Show? I think so. No, Upstart's not doing a thing. It's just like back to where it opened. Why is the market taunting me like this? Is your SQQ position more for SLD or for a larger drop closer to March? Could be for SLD. Could be for a larger drop closer to March. Could be for March SLD. I've once again changed my investment strategy. I have full ported SPX 12K 2027 calls. Oh man, that's super dumb. You should hide that SPX call. You're gonna hear questions about it for the next 2 years. Could VIX just move the fuck back up? Jesus Christ. Nope, there it goes. Fuck, I'm down. I'm getting the position. It's called Vera or Rova. It's the sensitivity of vol, or the sensitivity of rho to changes in vol. So volatility up, rho up. It's actually volatility. Yeah. No, SPX is failing, but it's like very slow. It's slower than I would have anticipated. It's gonna probably sell off from this range. I'm just not sure when. Maybe soon. Put BTU up. It's a real stock. No problem, Cody. I'm glad you're able to quit. How many DTs would you recommend if one would play the downside for Upstart earnings? Like with puts? Yeah, with puts. I mean, you want to buy away from the near-term volatility. You might have to buy out kind of far. Ugh. Jan 24 is not bad. Upstart might be doing a thing. I don't think so. I hope it does, but I don't think it is. Why Upstart go up? Covering? Likely so they can short it again. Liquidity's kind of flattening out today a little bit. Volatility's picking up with earnings tonight. I don't know. Maybe it does. Maybe it does more stuff. Or they short the fuck out of it tonight. They're definitely getting some liquidity right now, though. Mostly, it looks like mostly from IWR. Put us at 1727. Jesus fucking Christ, really? Who are these people going long? What do you expect would follow an Upstart buyback announcement? It depends on how much they buy back. Or bought back. If they bought back a lot, the price will probably go up. If they didn't, it'll probably go down. You mean going short? Stop using my own meme against me, Dork. The guy who sold his March BTU calls for break even was the catalyst. It is the perfect meme. Could you explain as to why Jan 24 puts would be the best play for short-term downside? It's probably the most basic stuff, but I'm really trying to learn. Thanks for helping. Because you're not paying for a lot of extrinsic value by buying out of the money puts if you buy them that far out. Otherwise, Ivy can crush. And if Ivy crushes hard enough, even if your put goes in the money because of the premium you paid up front for that volatility, you can still lose money. So you want as little implied volatility on the contract as possible. You can also dodge that by buying contracts with much lower vega that are shorter dated, but they'll be more expensive. Jimmy going to $5 today or what? I don't know. We'll see if SPX sells off again. I'm not a big fan of this bump up that we just got. Okay. Ooh, nice. ES is probably going to tap 4140 before going back down. Not quickly. Maybe it breaks up here. 4140 seems a bit high. Hmm. Where buy more puts? Still no update. Upstart running for earnings trap. Upstart's running because it's illiquid and the market's moving up. 4138.25 then. Okay. Nope. 4140. Jesus. Where did all that come from? Ooh. Volatility's so crazy right now. 4148. We're going to 12,000. I think that other gap's filled now, right? Yeah. Fucking market is crazy today. Profit taking? VIX didn't really move down. Upstart bussin'? A little bit. It's pre-earnings. And the market's doing crazy shit. BT earnings saved the market. I don't think so. They're not that big. I want to buy puts right now. More puts. VIX moved down 0.3? What are you talking about? No, it didn't. It moved down 11 cents, which is not comparable to the amount of price action we got. The VIX correlation on the move was 0.05%. So what are you talking about? Negative 0.05%. 38 BPS in 1 minute? Holy fucking shit. Yeah, it was crazy, right? They're still trying to fill that fucking gap. A 41.75 call I bought for $25 doesn't seem stupid now. Greg, I'm marking a chart where you're suggesting that SPX could not go to 41.25 and then back down. Do you have a new place I should put my line? Higher? If all I had to do is to make Jimmy go up was buy one put, I would have done it months ago. Isn't Jimmy still down massively on the day? No, not massively. Still down on the day, though. Future is buying. Still pushing. That was fucking nuts. Is that it, though? 41.30? Your boy Rev is up 10% too. Only 1,000% more to get to cost basis. Nice. BTU to $34. Hopefully soon, yeah. How's OI looking? Are we bullish again? A little bit. There's not a lot of puts in this range. Most of the puts are around like 41.30, 41.25. I don't know if this was just puts closing out, like in the money puts closing out. Updates for about right now. Gamma to the downside of this price point is pretty flat, but 41.40 is still stacked. Well, not stacked, but it's got a lot of open interest. $41.50 is stacked. It's so weird. I'm guessing like 41.30, 41.20 puts. Maybe like 41.25 puts sold off. Took profit there. Possible. Reposition. There's a big futures buy there also, though, so it's hard to say which it was. Hmm. I sold BTUCCs. Oopsies. Premium is cool though. Yeah. As long as you're out of the money, it's not a big deal. Three blocks of 10,000 June 30, 3400p within the last hour. What? Three blocks June 30, 3400p. That's a lot of fucking contracts. Today's been weirdly volatile. It's pretty volatile. These are like huge repositions. What's Upstart doing? Liquidity grab for earnings? It looks like it, yeah. It looks like there's some covering on Upstart and bots. So they might be trying to get some liquidity to short at earnings with. Earnings is like a bad earnings is their best shot at getting liquidity over the coming weeks without doing more covering, right? You should get those puts you were talking about. Maybe just one. I already picked up 4130 puts. I don't know if it was a great idea, but we'll find out. SLD about to be lit. We'll see what happens. We got 3 more days of crazy shit. 4 more days. I don't know, the price action over the last 2 days, like today and yesterday, seems to be very targeted on repositioning long positions. I will say that the long gamma has fallen off into today pretty significantly, but there's still a lot on the chain. The long side was really leveraged, like going into this, right? When the market was running up and like JFresh was targeting like 4,200. So there's a shitload of leverage that's still out of the money on the options chain on the long side. Has today been like ghosts in the market weird? Like when people talk about a black swan? Uh no, I mean only because we've seen like this level of volatility recently, right? There've been a few days where we've had like multiple 100 BPS moves. So I'm not that surprised by it. SLD hasn't happened yet. We could be seeing like some of the effects of like the downside we're seeing could be, you know, people selling off while the market's high, but it looks like there's still a lot of repositioning of these like huge 4150 positions and the like 4140 positions, which were very large. 4140 is almost all gone now. There's still a bit left. 4150 still has a lot left. Renko candles display price and volume irrespective of time. I don't like that push. If we don't get a drop, we may be taking out 4190. I want to say we won't see 4190, but at the same time, that move was fucking crazy. What's even weirder is VIX is still at like 1888. It's barely moved down. We're basically at the same low on VIX that we were at earlier today. At much higher price points. Reducing long. It looks like they're reducing long side leverage, which is pretty slow. Thoughts on Ray Dalio tripping his position on GME? I highly doubt Ray. Just because Bridgewater has a position on GME doesn't mean Ray Dalio has a position on GME. And do they still have that? They didn't have very much. It was like barely any shares. It looks like they're taking call side leverage off the table and doing a lot of like buy rights. Like 2% out of the money buy rights have been skyrocketing. Bridgewater has a huge amount of equities exposure. What are you talking about? They might have reduced it over the last year, but Fed's Harker, I guess, said some bullish things earlier. Okay. Who else is speaking today? Williams? Williams is generally a little more bearish or hawkish. Harker's neutral. I don't really know how much that matters. They want to ask you about Burry's Baba buy-in and if that's bad for the current downside bet. Why? I don't see how it's bad for the current downside. Did Burry buy at these prices? Oh, I doubt it. Doesn't seem like anyone gives a shit about Burry's buy-in. Good. That means in fucking 2.5 years, Bob will go up. When institutions have to achieve their out-of-money puts or calls by moving the market like this, are they making money or reducing losses? I suppose it depends. Obviously, they try to reduce losses as much as they can, and in turn, that could lead to them making more money. It really depends on their positioning. I'm sure there are winners and losers. It's a zero-sum game. All aboard the sus bus. Sus bus for what? It's not even fucking SLD yet. Stop whining about your puts. Something like 9.8% of his portfolio in it. Unsure of his cost basis. Interesting. Baba's undervalued. There's no question about it. But I still don't think it's the best time to get in. Pre-SLD pump, institutions want to sell at the peak. Get out of 4,200 calls. There's not that much open at 4,200. Most of the call interest at 4,200 sold. We're talking about options trading on an index. We're not talking about individual company growth. Do you still see BTU hitting 29 before end of day today? It could. They just had phenomenal earnings. When and what is SLD? SLD is the supplemental liquidity deposit period. It begins tomorrow and carries through Monday morning at opening bell. Can you unban me from the Discord? What's your name? DM me your screen name on Reddit. Give the market some time to digest the BTU earnings. These are impressive as fuck, especially heading into a market downturn. Yeah, they're really good. Can you ban me on the Discord? No, because then you won't be able to effectively communicate your Ko-Fi moderating. Are you looking to get out of your Tesla put position before their investor day? Elon always likes to throw out something crazy. Maybe? When's their investor day? I don't like it when Elon opens his fucking mouth. March 1st? Yeah, I'd probably be out of them by then. Hmm. Okay. Futures interest is falling off now. VIX moving up a tiny bit, not much. Come on, 4130s. I'll buy more. What is with all the fucking homophobic slurs in the goddamn Discord? Can you guys not talk like you're teenagers in 1997? Are you fucking serious? It's literally like the third fucking rule. Fucking Christ. Don't be a dickle. I know what you're using, but why are you using language like that in my server? It's not acceptable. Is this a NOPEX? It's not even OPEX. Don't you start the NOPEX questionings before OPEX, Mike sells CCs. I see what you're doing. Thanks, Greg. A lot of trading related discords seem to be really hostile environments. Yet another reason I hang out here other than for bidet advice or 510 weeklies. Sometimes even make money. A true stock god and centaur. I mean, if you wouldn't say it in public, don't say it in the Discord because you're protected by anonymity. This market is frosty as fuck. Lots of NOPEX chat going around. It's not even OPEX. That's Friday. You can't have NOPEX till after OPEX. So I'm trying to get your NOPEXs early. OPEX, NOPEX every day. Jesus Christ. Greg, I would never talk about Jimmy in public to anyone. Only my wife knows my degeneracy. The way it should be. I'm always afraid when I'm like on my phone looking at my brokerage account and someone's gonna see all the Jimmy I own. And then I have to try to like explain it. I'd be like, no, but like my cost basis is really low, right? So it's okay. I always mess up whenever I try to say anonymity. Always stutter my way through it. Who would be buying knowing that SLD is just around the corner? Thanks. Bulls? People that are bullish? I'm usually embarrassed when I have to call Fidelity. I buy every 2 weeks in my retirement account. For what? What do you wait? What are you buying every 2 weeks? So I get permabanned for saying an offhand remark over the course of months? Like what? No. I didn't say I was permabanning you. I'm just asking like why you would use that language in the server when it's clearly against the rules. Like sure, if it's just like a one-time thing, you're never going to do it again, then I'll unban you. I'm not doing it right this instant, but I'll get it done. It's more that I'm making a point to other people that they should not be using that fucking language in the server because yeah, generally speaking, it is a permanent ban. How is treasury bond income taxed? It's like I think it's exempt from state and local, but still taxed as income. I'm not a fucking CPA, but I think that's how it works. I want futures to fail here, but I feel like someone's just gonna buy a shitload more of them. I know you hate gold. Can you think of a 1 to 3 or bull thesis? Or is it actually impossible? It's not impossible. It can go up. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't think it's a good investment. But sure, it can go up if the economy goes in the shitter. Like if we hit a strong recessionary period, gold will probably go up because people like to buy pet rocks. It probably won't go up a ton. You leave Mortimer out of this. Oh, Jesus. Come on, just fail. No, no, don't recover, just fail. My poor 4130 puts. They're just dying. Dying to time. This market hates you. It's gonna make my 4175 print. I'll just buy 100 4175s, Dork. Don't fuck with me. Yeah, I really don't see a case for gold. I don't particularly like it. What's a good price for GME this week? This week? I don't know. 19 seems to be pretty decent. How did Composite Man impact today's price action? Well, everyone's jumping all over the SPX trying to pick up their shitty positioning. We'll see how it plays out into the end of the week, I guess. The volatility is kind of crazy. New telescopes use hella gold. Jesus Christ. Do you think there's a huge market for telescopes, Hestia? Is there a company I can invest in that sold millions of telescopes this year? This just in. SPX will end the day net even. How else can we witness the glory of Lady VWAP's tender thighs without telescopes? NASA raided Fort Knox for their gold and replaced it with space gold. I was responsible about puts to hedge my calls on Upstart. Since they've literally just chopped, now I'm losing double the theta. I literally can't make money in this market. Okay, what kind of puts did you buy to hedge your calls? Why do you have calls? Those are both of the questions, Russell, my jimmies. Why calls? One, going into SLD. Two, why are you buying out of the money puts? Do you like paying for implied volatility that's going to be crushed out? So that's the gold-plated alien balloons. Exposure, they were at the money. They're far dated. Well, if they're far dated, then you're really not burning that much theta, right? You just need Jimmy to move away from $19 and you're slightly impatient. Do you think Jimmy's just going to be $19 forever? You could sell calls and puts against your long calls and puts. And that would offset your theta decay. But if you're like long dated, I mean the theta decay is minimal, right? What do you mean by long dated? Hold on. This community has some weird definitions of shit, so I need to investigate deeper. Do you mean 14 DTE? Or do you mean like leaps? Greater than 1. $35 DTE? Okay, so you paid a lot of money for implied volatility. And then Vol's crushing, so you need them to go in the money. So what are the strikes? What happens to theta during daylight savings? Where does he go? 19 Ps, 20 and 25 Cs. Okay, the 20 and 25 Cs are probably garbage. The 19 Ps, you've got a chance of going in the money maybe in the next week. If we OPEX, then you're good on the calls, but I wouldn't have bought such short-dated calls for what is already a fairly uncertain OPEX period due to the deferral. The 19 Ps probably aren't bad. I would imagine you just need them to slide slightly in the money. Your break even can't be that far out unless you bought them when we were trading at like $23. Calls are 75 DTE. Okay, so you've got a little bit more time on those. I mean, you're basically paying for theta that you're not using right now, but there is no 75 DTE expiration. Are they April? April 20s. You're losing like 3 cents a day. 2 cents a day, 3 cents a day on each. If we don't run on Feb OPEX, I wouldn't carry those through March. It's a really bad idea. But they're probably okay through Feb OPEX. You're not gonna lose a ton of value on them. The $19 puts, I mean, you just need like a downturn in the market and we'll drop below 19. Fuck you, dork. Stop trying to be intraday bullish. You're part of the problem right now. GME is being shorted right now, and it's in a period of time where its price goes down. So if you're buying calls on it, you're just giving free money to the market makers. Unless you're buying like leaps or something, and you're trying to, you know, get them while IV's really low. Sava is becoming tasty for CSPs. Sava's always tasty for CSPs. The problem is you don't want to get assigned on CSPs on Sava, and it's super volatile. Did you stop out of your 4130s? No. This market gets awfully resilient when people with money have calls and there's a hot CPI print. Yeah. Bulls don't like to be stopped. Does SLD start Wednesday pre-market or during regular hours? Opening bell. I mean, if we break up here, I'm definitely buying like some more calls. What a crazy fucking day. $103 BPS move. 71 BPS. 130. Also 130. What the fuck? I think it's almost like no one knows what to do. $230 BPS moves, 200 BPS moves, and 280 BPS moves. I don't think I'd get a 40.75. I might get like a... $41.40? You really think they're gonna try to fill the rest of that fucking gap? That's so outlandish. No, the play is 41.75 to Valhalla. No thesis, no technicals, just putting it on black. I hate everything about that. If we stay above 4,000 or 4,100 for OPEX, do you think we'll test higher? What do you mean? What for OPEX? Like the market? If the market stays above 4,100 into OPEX, yeah, probably. The following week would probably be very bullish. I feel like we've not seen an end to the irrationality. Yeah, but it's getting less. Like this morning's push was far stronger than this afternoon's, right? I feel like they're just trying to keep VIX from spiking. Hmm. VIX is so stable today. Most of that's IV crush though, from like most of that was already realized at market open after IV crush from CPI. I will not, Stefan. I'd be very surprised if we don't get a big drop this afternoon. The CPI is hitting different for sure. I mean, core CPI is up. That's bad. That means people speculating that, you know, the Fed's going to hit a target rate of 6% by September are probably more correct than those speculating that there will be a pullback. Unless this was SLD in its entirety and now we push up. Yeah, it could be. I don't think so. I mean, a lot of there have been several SLDs where people, you know, presume that the pre-SLD volatility is SLD, and then we drop 300 BPS. There has been one SLD that has gone just up in the last like 2 years. SPX always looks bullish going into SLD. Look at all the SLDs. Look at the last one. Is this the last one? Why can't I fucking mouse? There we go. There's Jan 13th. Alright, hold on. When was SLD in Jan? 18, 17, 18, 18, 19, 20. So 18, 19, then 20 we started to recover. December 13th, we spiked super hard. Yeah, so this was the day before SLD in December. And then we went down all the way into fucking Monday morning. So we tested 4100 here, and then, you know, by Monday morning we were at 3900. So I'm not particularly worried about the upside here. What's VIX doing? Move down a little bit again. How's the SPX OI looking? I don't know if I have an update right now. Might. Probably not that much different, given that we've been trading at the same price for the last hour. Lots of zero DTs at 4150. Puts coming in 4145. This is about 10 minutes ago, roughly. Puts coming in at 4140, 40. So some in the money puts coming in, which is kind of interesting. Also, in the money puts coming in at 4150. Although those might just be stragglers from earlier today. There is some new volume on the strike. You know what it looks like? It looks like people are selling a shitload of 4150 calls. Because the gamma at that strike isn't really moving up a lot in relation to the volume. And 4140 looks like it's starting to sell off a little bit. Biden speaking, I think. On what? Remember when UVXY used to print bigly on SLDs? Shame it's dead now. Yeah, I do. That was always fun. What percent do your CCs have to be in the money to get assigned on something like GME? If you're with Fidelity and they're in the money at all, they'll get assigned. Same is true for Schwab for the most part. I'm not sure about TDA. Some brokerages, there's a little more flexibility. But generally speaking, yeah, if you're in the money at all, you're probably going to be assigned. Thankfully, I didn't sell my BTU30C, but I do have a stop set to protect my profits. I'm sort of learning. Okay, nice. Would it be smart to just wait till Friday and buy back before expiration? Yeah, that's probably what I'm gonna do. Sometimes you get assigned before Friday. It's pretty rare. I've never had it happen on GME, but I've had it. I've had I've had like Fubo and BTU both get assigned like a couple cents in the money on like a Thursday. I got assigned on SQQQ last week on a Thursday. Greg, I'm lost in IKEA and I can't find my way out. Can you hear me? I'm yelling Marco. No? Yell louder. Argentina January inflation hits 98.8%. Jesus Christ. Bobby is going to be less than RevRQ soon. Fuck. Give me a hot dog. TDA has a disclaimer. It says anything in the money will be exercised. Yeah, generally speaking, I don't have very many long-term holdings in WeBull, but I've found that a few times I've been in the money on WeBull and not gotten exercised, but that could just be luck. Like those fucking Amazon shares that I kept trying to get assigned on. I think that was just nobody wanted to exercise Amazon calls. I just found some shares I forgot I had. Feb 17, 20cc, worth it? It would have been better earlier today. Maybe if we have another pump for like CNS. I don't understand what's so attractive about this price level. It's got to be futures driven because there's like no positioning left. Like every time we go up, they just sell a bunch of more 4150 covered calls. And then we go back down again. WeBull has a do not exercise on expiration option. That's for long calls, man. You can't turn that off on a covered call. You can't sell a contract for the fucking underlying and just turn off the ability of the counterparty to exercise. Don't get me wrong, that would be fucking amazing, but it's like, ah, got you. You fell for my trap call. Counterparties hate this one weird trick. That is a thing. It's called buying it back. Sorry, but the counterparty has declared Dork in shambles right now. What are these candles? This market's just completely fictitious. Trap? Bear trap? I don't know. Maybe? I don't know. That fucking sell-off killed momentum there. We'll see if it bounces. VIX moved up back above 19 on the drop, so it could continue, like the sell-off could continue. It's so structured. I wonder how bad the hedge is. That's got to be crazy, right? What's the fucking exposure here on the market maker side? So delta exposure is negative 106.25 billion. Hmm. Yeah, this doesn't look fucking bullish at all. It kind of looks a lot like December 13th. December 13th or 14th? Hmm. BTU is teasing 29. Don't you guys have like April calls? Who gives a shit? Dirk's call option is an unreasonable price. I've issued an executive order to sell off SPX futures en masse, effective immediately. Joe Biden, probably. Maybe. I just bought an unreasonable amount of 4130s. That's what happened, Dork. The drop is all my fault. I've got a good idea for pull. Can't lie about it if I have none. Just be honest. The poll is completely anonymous, guys. It's okay. You guys can afford Theta. The poll is not worded wrong. But I don't lie about YOLOing 0 DTEs. This poll is fake news. Yes, it is trash. How many? Yes, many. No, many. Exactly. Make another poll if they're lying about their answer. Because the way people are acting, they're acting like they need SPX below 4100 today, right? And that makes me think that those people don't have a lot of theta, or they need BTU above 30 today, which also makes me think they don't have enough theta. Sure, I do. I have 1 DTEs. I have tons of theta, literal hours worth. Oh, Jesus. See, I've been sitting here for the last 2 years thinking, wow, I'm really doing a great job creating all these more informed, better investors. And then days like today happen, and I realize I've just created gamblers that have better entries. Same like though. uh we're still getting in our 10,000 hours. Chill. $12,000 SPX 2027 calls. Don't send the greatest message. You shut your fucking mouth, NW. All right. That's a more reliable play than 3,200 put 0 DTEs. Whatever happened to reading options as a strategic investment? People couldn't lift the book. You didn't need to time him out, Carl. I'm an options trader. It's classy. Maybe Ryan Cohen is just a guy. I mean, yeah, he is. Options book is heavier than my GME bags. How many amongst us work for hedge funds? Show yourselves. At least a couple. Do you ever wander the streets of New York City in the VWAP hat? No. Instead of buying the book, I YOLO'd into weeklies. God damn it. Me and my 3,200 Ps feel attacked. Doing alright, WM. How are you, man? SPY SPX movement is crazy. Volume is falling off and the market's still moving up. It should be turning around and heading down more. That'd be cool. I wouldn't mind that happening. Do you have an OI update on SPX? We just went over it, like, not that long ago. Nothing's really changed. It's just not... There's a lot of call interest at 41.50. A lot of it looks to be sold. There's not a ton of put interest where we're trading right now. Gamma's pretty flat down to like 4,100. So 41.40, 41.50 are all the call interest that's like on the chain right now. VWAP would be so misinterpreted on the streets of New York City. It has been. I've done it in the past. And yeah, it was definitely misinterpreted. Check in on Palantir. Volume ticking up a bit and price is gonna continue. It's continuing to improve. Yeah, I mean, I'm still waiting to sell covered calls on it, but it looks good today. I think almost at $9. I'll probably sell something around like 750, 45 DTE or so. Maybe I'll sell 8. Be a little safer. I'm gonna get my cost basis down to like negative $3. For last Upstart earnings, how much liquidity did they have? A lot more. Yeah, they actually didn't have a lot of liquidity going into earnings. But they got a lot during the earnings period. Like it looks like they covered after earnings and then shorted. They started shorting pretty hard around the like 15th. And then we hit like the peaks of our illiquidity. Kind of like right around December 16th. Stayed pretty flat at that level all the way into like the turnaround in late December. And then they started covering a little bit. I would say that they can definitely short it from where we're at now. It's expensive and probably not super profitable, but they can short it. I think SLD would keep the $30 BTU CCs this Friday worthless. Yeah, it could. BTU doesn't have very positive beta. I would say generally speaking, it's kind of negative, so it might not. But the like IV drop is gonna probably help us if price starts to stabilize into the end of the week. What was the move on Upstart? The market just started moving up and Upstart was out of liquidity, so it moved up. They've been kind of pushing back down on it. Not very successfully. This is not the reaction I thought I'd see to that CPI print. I don't know. It's volatile, right? Generally speaking, like CPI prints don't lead to immediate downside. There's usually a lot of, repositioning. There's tons of delta neutral positioning going into CPI, right? Because no one knows how it's going to come out. And all of that has to be closed out. And then as that's closed out, then the market will generally start to like take a direction. What would be the female equivalent of two men docking? I'm not really sure. Ben Willis. Ben Willie. Fubo caught a fat bid. Yeah, it did. I bought Jan 24, but calls at 30 strike today. They're up over 10%. Is it wise to exercise them, then wait for a pullback and reposition? You mean close them? Not exercise them. Exercise them would mean that you're buying shares at $30. You could. I just wrote my Valentine's Day card. Roses are red, violets are blue. I see us together for a very long time, but maybe not forever. So I bought the most theta with you. Wish me luck. Oh boy. But maybe not forever. uh I can't deal with Sisyphus today. I'm gonna get something to eat. This market price action is boring the shit out of me. We're just gonna get another big fucking sell-off here? I don't know. I don't have any bagels. I have English muffins. It's a crazy day, but we've been trading in the same like $10 price range for fucking an hour now. Yeah, you still keep the premium. Chortle this. My port is red. My balls are blue. I'm too poor for Pigeon Whale, but I can still shout Riku. Nice. Donde está la biblioteca? Arana discoteca. Shoutouts to Emergency Exit. I'll see you in Rarotonga. Okay. Thanks, Princess Peach Fuzz. I'll be right back. I'm back. Nothing's happened. Fantastic. How weird is this $19 to $20 price movement over the last few days? It's not that strange. Is this a megaphone pattern? Sort of. I think it was like a descending channel that broke up. No, didn't even break up yet, really. We wrote a little something for you and your cohorts. Roses are red, violets are blue. Freg is not dead. He's with us. He likes it here, and there's nothing you can do. Puts are blue, calls are gray. Something, something, something. You'll never get your friend back. He dances all day. What an asshole. How dare you taunt me about Freg? Nope. Nope. I will not trash. Thank you, Kendra. SLD is canceled. SLD doesn't start till tomorrow. SLD VUPs, OPEX downs. That'd be frightening. Ooh. Crunchy. Baba GPT gonna frick my puts. Aren't your puts already up? What are your thoughts on SPY price action this week? CPI came out a little more than expected. How do you think, but do you think the market will come down tomorrow or continue going higher from here? I think the market will come down probably a bit over the next like 3 or 4 days. Are those the stale piss chips again? No, these are corn scoopers. They taste like tortilla chips. I don't know what a Frito is. Kendra, me not reading your comment wasn't so you could try to rephrase it. That sounds like something that you can only figure out through experimentation. Best of luck with that. What the fuck is a walking taco? Is that like when you go down on a girl after she's been like at the gym? No? Jesus, no, you put all the parts of a taco in a single serve Frito bag and mix it up. That sounds fucking disgusting. What's up, Dork? That was the higher high. What kind of fucking Neanderthal is eating their food, like eating a meal out of a bag? A potato chip. Ugh. Fucking gross. This is not even a taco. It's like a taco, like the Midwest version of a taco, where you use like fucking ground beef and iceberg lettuce, and then you've put it in a bag of potato chip, like corn chips. like livestock. You're just eating out. It's like, why don't you get a bucket? You're gonna have a heart attack in Walmart when you're 52. Embarrassing. The walking taco sounds like an Ohio thing. I've heard of Skyline Chili. I am never trading the SPX again until tomorrow. This is bullshit. Portable nachos? How can you be against that? That's not a portable meal. I can pick up a fucking, like, what's a good example? Hold on. Okay, so if I take an entire beef Wellington and eat it like a burrito, that's not disgusting? No, that's genius. Fuck off. It's like a fancy calzone. Okay, Gork, here comes the second sell-off. I don't trust it anymore. A rich man's hot pocket? The Food Network will teach you about walking tacos. Man, that's just like you could put a stew in a fucking bag and walk around drinking it. It doesn't. It's not civilized. As if you slap the bag. Joke's on you. My generation is leading a societal collapse. I see that. In New York City, I had a Bolivian stew inside a pastry. Hmm. That's gross. You don't sip stew. You should be eating your stew with a spoon at a table. Stew is way too chunky to be sipping it. It's not like a bisque. Sips a piece of beef. If you gotta slurp, you can't slurp it either. It's like the sound would be like slumping a stew out of a thermos. Just blend the stew until it's a beef vegetable bisque. It's a working man's meal. What about the gluten? You can't put potatoes in it. I don't like potatoes in my stew, but stew's disgusting. You take that back. Do you think we have a chance to retest 4100, at least in the next few days? And did your 4130s get stopped out? Some of them. Most of them got gapped over, but some got stopped out. We could retest 4100 today. It's only $100 BPS away. It's not even crazy. You'd die trying to slurp stew. Potato right down the windpipe. Yeah. Win stew sacks so we can all be bag holders. You don't like potatoes in your stew? Bro, I'm sorry this had to happen on Valentine's Day, but I don't think this is going to work out. I want a divorce. We're not even married. You're not tied down at all, trash. Here's the deal. The potato is the worst root vegetable. We've been over this. Peas are good. Carrots, sure. Turnips, sometimes. Potatoes are just awful in stew. They don't absorb any flavor. They're just potato, and it's there, and you bite a chunk of it, and it tastes like fucking potato and nothing else. And you're like, potato. And then you go back to eating the stew, which tastes amazing. Celery, carrots, mushrooms. My Irish heritage is so angry with you right now. Potatoes aren't even from fucking Ireland. It's all they had to eat because they sold the good shit so they could afford to pay their British landowners. Learn your history. You need a small break in the richness of the stew so your taste buds don't get desensitized. A sourdough bread? Something acidic to cleanse the palate? Eat your stew with a fucking lemonade. Anything's better than biting into a chunk of fucking potato when you're enjoying your meal. I never said they originated there or that I was proud of my Irish heritage. Do you know if you soak a potato in vinegar for 8 hours, you get a smelly potato? uh, I see that we've given up on the market for today. We're just going to talk about potatoes now. Parsnip? Yeah, not bad. Not bad. Have you ever put beef stew over rice? It's been a long time since I've been that poor. But yes. I don't like sourdough, but you could use a sourdough bread. You could use a soda bread. I don't hate soda bread. Maybe a rye. I like rye bread. I don't know what a Terra chip is. No, potatoes are just shit. They're shit food. That's it. I'm not even gonna mince my words. They're garbage. I've been scalping puts and calls all day and only made $3. Oh wait, how hard are we gonna run into end of day once the 0 DTE puts give up in T minus 45 minutes? If today's movement is someone's pushing, their plan is both cringe and predictable. But what if the puts don't give up and the calls start to? All potatoes, shit. They're shit food. They're garbage. They don't taste good. You put stuff on them that makes them taste better. Where the fuck is Potato Tom? Rice is amazing. But I mean, man, BMG, don't come at me like you're not talking about putting Dinty Moore beef stew on some fucking 1 minute instant rice, because I know where your head's at, and it's fucking gross. French fries? Dog shit. I'm not gonna do it anymore. I'm not gonna sit around and pretend like I like fucking potatoes with all you goddamn potato lovers. Take a fucking hike. You know, I keep trying to find new things, Trash. I thought it would be the hating of dogs. No, it's not. I thought it would be everyone blowing up their port on OPEX. Nope. Everyone's still fucking here. If potatoes are the answer, awesome. We all really hate our coworkers. I can tell. I eat potatoes, and this is a hill I'm willing to die on, but I'm more manly than chat. I don't cook them. I eat the fuckers raw. Is it crisp like an apple? I'm not too good to eat potatoes, and I eat potatoes. But I'm not going to sit around pretending like I like them. I'm part Irish. Like a lot. Pig Potato wants to know your location. I don't think you're supposed to eat raw potatoes. Sprinkle some sugar on a potato. Close your eyes. Boom, it's a poor man's apple. Trash, an apple is a fucking poor man's apple. Pierogies aren't good. Gnocchi, they're okay. Depends. They have to be done right. They're usually too chewy. Pears are more expensive than apples. Did you just... Fluffy, did you just look up a bunch of Irish horse breeds? What do you like? Lots of things, just not fucking potatoes. Do you prefer rice over noodles? And like what dish? I love money. Money's my favorite. I'm pretty fond of Dork. That's why I built him a tiny house. I would like to go on record saying that I also don't like fucking potatoes, but I guess I've never tried it. Fair enough. Potato Tom, unliked, unwatched, unsubbed. I understand, man. No hard feelings, believe me. You know, potatoes are your livelihood. Kirk likes an entire Wellington to go. Oh, man. No. Although, now that I think about it, if you opened a place that sold to-go beef Wellingtons in New York City, you'd probably make a fortune. In my jar, apples are sweet. Potatoes are garbage. Will you be my Valentine's in this crazy market? I'm spoken for. But thank you, Fiscal Stupidity. It's very sweet of you. I've promised my hand to another on this day of love. Would you take $100,000, but you had to eat 10 raw potatoes on stream? No water, no vomiting, classic Russell, not the itty bitties. 10 baking? I don't know if I could fucking eat 10 baking potatoes. No water? That's ridiculous. Can I have an extra potato to suck the water out of? Roses are red, violets are blue. Bobby has not been true. I got out of Bobby for a 38% loss. Happy Valentine's Day, Gerg. Happy Valentine's Day, man. What about potato fondants or Robuchon whipped potatoes? It's just potato elevated by the other good things that you put in it. Potato is just a carrier for ingredients, and it's not even a great one. I make rice in a rice cooker, bro. I'm Caribbean Latino. We learned how to make rice in a rice cooker before we could reach the countertop to cook. The disrespect thinking that I ate make and eat 1 minute rice? I'm heated now. Yeah, but didn't eat more beef stew, right? No? What kind of stew are you putting on it? That's ridiculous, Grim, too. Go look at my last message. I just unofficially got offered a position to apprentice for a CFO to be conditioned for the position when he retires. What the fuck? Nice, man. A CFO of what? Holy shit, Carl. Are you erect? One minute rice is only good with cubed fried spam. Bobby mooning to negative 10%. Do they know about your Tesla plays? I agree with you, BMG, but the people who raised me were not cultured in the ways of rice. One time for breakfast, I got served rice with butter and cinnamon sugar. There was like 1 minute rice with butter, cinnamon, and sugar on it. I was 6 years old, but I was ready to quit then. Does nobody just have giant bags of real rice? No, not unless you're Latino or Asian. No one else has like sacks of rice in their house. Indians are Asian, Derek. He's talking about the big ones. They're not fucking around. Should I buy puts or calls on Carl's company? Does this company involve mining minerals at the bottom of the ocean? I don't know. It depends on how much responsibility Carl has. When I was little, my Oma tried to force me to eat plain noodles with ketchup, saying it's just like spaghetti. Ugh. It's not. You know, I knew someone who would take raw pasta sauce. Hear me out. And just put it on the pasta. Like open the jar, dump it on the pasta. Done. No cook. There's no cooking. Yeah. Yeah, I know. I didn't put them out of their misery. Ketchup's pretty awful. Carl works at the Home Depot lumber department. No, he doesn't have that much wood. Even when I moved out on my own, I bought a 10-pound bag of rice because it lasted me long enough, like 3 months or so. And I would eat like an Americano, according to my mom and dad. Yeah, I didn't really grow up in a household where rice was extremely commonplace. Like, we had it sometimes, but not often. I probably ate more rice as an adult than I did as a child. I just like ketchup, but I do eat it. Sir Kensington's is the best unless you make your own. Here's the deal with it, though. It was designed initially catsup, which was a blend of various shit. I think at one point 57 seasonings. And this was designed to be put on rancid meat that people couldn't stomach eating. So you'd take your rancid meat and you would dip it in catsup, and then that made it okay to eat because you couldn't smell the decay. I mean, it wasn't that exotic, but like we didn't make it a lot at home. What shape does rancid meat taste like? Shepherd's pie is supposed to be made with lamb. If it's made with beef, it's called cottage pie. And most shepherd's pies are awful. I've had very few that are good. Usually under-seasoned, as is the British way. No offense, British people. I know, you took over so many countries in an attempt to season your food, and yet we're still unsuccessful. I smelled smoke, then my internet connection dropped. Fast forward an hour, and now I have a new router being delivered tomorrow. What did I miss? Nothing. You can always salt it yourself. I'm surprised you're not getting hit with, are you streaming earnings? Anyway, I have a question. Will you stream Upstart earnings? Nah, fuck you. Listen to it on your own. What am I gonna? I'm gonna sit here in headphones and you're gonna watch me listen to someone else talk? Teriyaki shepherd's pie. What? What if you put rice on top instead of mashed potatoes? Hear me out. That's gotta be better. Do you think BTU pulls back with SLD? Considering some PMCCs on my April calls, it might not. It has like low to sometimes negative beta. So if commodities are warming up and gold's up a little bit today, I'd be careful. That can accentuate the bullishness on BTU that is already present. We're not going to talk about it. We're going to keep talking about food. Just ignore the market. It's doing what it's going to do. That sounds like a waste of prime rib. That's just inverse curry. Okay. What about fried rice? Garlic fried rice. Garlic fried rice is greater than mashed potatoes. Always. You're just jealous, Grim 2. An earnings call YouTube channel might actually get views. Girk doesn't need to do it, but a person could do it for like every company. Calls on rope. Who'd want to listen to CEOs who all sound the same, talking about numbers all day, every day? It would take you all day to listen to all the earnings, and then by the time you've listened to them all, they're over. This is an unsustainable idea. Take it back. You know, someone I knew as a chef once said the best mashed potatoes are equal parts potato, butter, and salt. Do we end the day plus 0.00 or minus 0.00? We're very close, aren't we? You have to take a class on how to sound as boring as possible on earning calls. Yeah. You know what it is? It's because their lawyers standing right over their shoulder. Also, I'd like to recommend eating all of your pasta out of Ziploc gallon-sized bags. Those are not for eating out of. They're for the storage of food. You don't just eat out of the bag. Can confirm I have hypertension from trying it. God damn it, Fluffy. The only thing that Matt Furlong ever sounds excited about during the earnings call is we will not be providing forward guidance at this time. And then he follows it up with, but we really like you guys. You're great. Who was the person that noticed the market and made it bounce? Centaur GPT. I prefer dumping a half gallon of milk into a cereal box and eating it with a large serving spoon, a box at a time. It's a great traveling meal. How do you get it off the bottom? You have to get like your whole arm in there to get a spoonful. Is there any hope for Bobby? No, it's a business that's going bankrupt. Why would you think there was hope? You shake it like a salad? You just roll the box down? Step 1, cut a hole in the box. uh, Are you picking up some Upstart puts here? I'm already hedged. One of my favorite things is how excited SS got for that first GME shareholders meeting. You could tell none of them had any idea what to expect from a shareholders meeting. Yeah, I know. They all showed up there thinking they were at like a rock concert. That was pretty fucking funny. Someone on the daily can't believe that you're not in on Bobby. Really? Why do they keep doing that? What's with the fucking RBBY people and coming into our sub and being like, Upstart's off reg show, but Bobby's looking really great. Like, have you seen those posts, Fluffy? What is that, like stock advertising? Hold your fucking bags like a man. The RBBY people might be worse than the RSS people. Anyone have any advice on negotiating office space leases? Look for comparables that are cheaper. Demand the same price. Quinn R. Carvana? Are they DRSing that now too? Remember when we talked about DRSing Bobby as a joke and then people started doing it? I remember. Yeah, guys, if you DRS all the stocks no one wants, no one can steal them from you. Every time I think of DRS, I think of like Lenny and the little mouse and he like crushes it to death. And then it's with him forever. Then it can't get away, right? It can only love him. I'll eat potatoes all day before I fucking DRS a single share. I know it was a woman, but I'm talking about the cartoon. RC shot Lenny in the back of the head. So you're saying there's a chance you will DRS? Absolutely fucking not. Spoiler alert? What? You just killed the mood in the chat. Now we're all sad about Lenny. Don't act like you have any emotions. You're autistic as fuck. Instead, I hold my man like my bags. I drop them and pick up new ones. I'd love to hear RC or someone from GME C-Suite say DRS is hurting the company and please stop. That'll never happen. They just don't care, right? Are these little SPX pumps a last minute attempt for 4150 calls to go in the money? I mean, most of the calls at 4150 are being sold. Spoiler alert about Lenny? It's like required reading in every high school in the US. The only thing I'll say about the DRS crew is they're not all broke from YOLOing on weeklies. No, they're broke from buying GME at $50. They can't legally make a statement like that. I bought an Upstart Feb 17, $22 call for fun. And in case they announce a buyback, that call is up 131%. I'm not sure if I hold for the buyback or close now for a few bucks. I don't know. I don't have a lot of confidence in the buyback being completed, but maybe. You never know, right? How does DRS hurt the company? Man, there's a lot of super stockers in here today. It doesn't hurt the company. I mean, there's fees. It costs them money, but it's negligible, I would imagine. It hurts them in the ability for short volatility players to short the stock using less liquidity, which drives value out of their equity. Lower highs. GME was doing great, right? And then DRS, and then shit. And it's not because you're winning. I'll have you know I dropped out of school. Also broke from the computer share fees. Yeah, imagine paying extra for all your stock. What's a GED? A GED? General education diploma? Right? It's like what people get when they have shitty parents. Will a margin account give me a margin to sell IWM covered calls if I don't have the capital to cover 100 shares of IWM or QQQ? Yes, but here's the problem. You will also get called because you don't have any capital. So you can't be, you don't really have any room to be wrong on the position. Don't forget that along with those lower highs, we'll also get lower lows. It's true. Market looking bullish for SLD. Market's like flat today after all of this shit. But I bet your broker won't mail you a check in 3 to 6 weeks. Nope. The money's available immediately. Don't bag shame. Some of us use them as emotional support bags. Listen, man, no one is denying your ability to accrue bags of shit stocks faster than anybody on the planet, Suckway Cup. All right? You are the bag holder king. I have never seen somebody participate in so many meme stock rallies and not sell a single share as you. It bothers me that JFresh has 10 shares in computer share and timed the March bottom perfectly. He sold those shares. Is Tesla doing a thing? What thing's it doing? Ugh, gross. The problem with DRS is there are two types of people. Those that do the minimum, it's not my job, and the people that make the manual, people driven by curiosity, we're not the same. DRS for them was the end all, but it was just the beginning. They needed to delve into options, swaps, and the magnitude of knowledge so difficult to attain it was like pulling teeth, so stagnation occurs. Yeah. Would you please explain hedging for earnings via Greeks? What is the goal? Delta neutral? Are you talking about like when price action gets really crazy before the earnings come out? Yeah, I mean, the goal is delta neutral. That way they're positioned in a way that they're not going to take on any risk. Can I interest you in some Wetzel's pretzels? I died a bit when someone was talking about their GME cost basis on a recent post on the sub, and they said DRS their OG shares and started over at $16. Like the other ones don't exist? No, I'm not, no, it's not Darth. Trash. Don't tell Darth. Learning opportunity. Should I average down on my $19 put bought today to hedge against SLD? Should I have it set a stop on it, or do you let SLD play out? Only one put, but I'm just experimenting. Well, SLD hasn't started yet. So I would say discussing averaging it down and hedging it seems pointless right now. I invented DRS. You're welcome. You son of a bitch, turd. I know you did. The other ones are from the infinity pool. Duh. Is Tesla going to get slammed during SLD, or is there too much momentum? I don't think there's that much momentum. I'm not worried about it. They can go Vega neutral also. But they control the implied volatility. They are a net call seller, right? So they're selling the volatility at a higher price. Then they buy it back at a lower price. What's more outlandish, DRS or Infinity Pool? They're kind of the same idea, right? Like, Infinity Pool is completely fictional and ridiculous, but so is DRS. What would you expect for T+2 on this BTU run? Probably not a lot. BTU doesn't have a ton of options interest. Pros of SS, it's where I found your DD and learned to sell options. No problem, Tatzel. What are the chances SLD doesn't sell off? I'm worried about my curse. I'm pretty sure SPX right now. Your curse is strong. We'll see. I mean, it would be the first time in a long time that we didn't see a sell-off as part of the SLD period. Be prepared for that. Do you have any Upstart 2025 calls? Are they worth getting at this point? I don't. I have 2024 calls. I'm probably not buying those either. You guys are way too jacked on what's probably going to not be a very good earnings. BTU, 1, thanks. When will this thing stop going up? Hopefully never. Do you think analyst upgrades are coming with the amazing earnings? It could be, yeah. They should have already been in, frankly. But do you still think there's a chance for 100 BPS drop when SLD begins? Sure. Yeah. It's usually the average is like above 200. It's like 230 something. BTU actually MOASsing. It's doing pretty good. I'm very happy about it. I'm amazing at picking stocks. So Gork, if Upstart halts into close and then announces the share buyback has been fully completed, and then all of the short funds announce their closing positions after earnings, is that bullish? Yeah, it'd be really cool. Too late to get into BTU. Still room to move. Oh yeah, there's still room to the upside. I mean, you want to make sure you have a lot of theta and stuff. There can still be pullbacks in BTU. I wouldn't say that the commodities market has gotten particularly hot yet, but it's also not a lot of people pay attention to it. It's not a really popular stock. I'm fully prepared for SLD to not sell off. Prepared to lose all of the money I spent on puts. Nice. I guess that's one way of hedging your position. How do you feel about this 197.50p on Tesla? We'll see what happens. I'm not very bullish on Tesla right now. I don't think it takes a lot for it to drop very quickly. I might buy some more of them. We'll see. I feel bad for the guy who sold early on BTU. I don't think he did. I think he put stops in and then didn't get stopped out. Is your opinion that Upstart didn't complete the buyback based on volume, or the idea that they shouldn't based upon factors previously discussed? Based upon the idea that they shouldn't because of factors previously discussed. Now, if they were going to announce a positive earnings and, you know, a return to profitability, then I could see them maybe announcing the buyback. They may have completed some of it. I'm sure it's not going to be terrible, but the name of the company isn't very attractive. P-Boy? It's Peabody. So SLD lasts 3 days and OPEX starts Friday. No, OPEX occurs after hours on Friday, technically, when the options market closes at 4:15 p.m. SLD actually lasts until Monday morning. And then the settlement for OPEX begins Monday morning through Wednesday. Jimmy isn't doing a MOASS. Jimmy is up 5 cents today. When Nvidia puts, I got some bear call spreads today. Does VIX get a bump during SLD typically? Yeah, usually. Not a ton, but usually a small one. My port needs a 200-point SPX drop for SLD. Okay. Hey Gurk, longtime commenter, first time listener. Is OPEX SLT over? When the 0 DT call is gonna fold? Crazy game of chicken right now. I mean, it's a good question. There's only 20 minutes left, and there's a shitload of out of the money calls. Does SLD historically tank the market every time? Not every time. 200 BPS means 2%, right? Yeah. Yes, it does. Instead of no pegs, are we calling it nozzled? No SLD? Well, no SLD's only happened once so far. But I'm sure it can happen again. Maybe don't over leverage, mechanical market events in the expectation that they're going to play out the exact same way every time. Taking financial advice. I do what I want, Dad. I don't know if that's a thing, Surfa. Should I make calls to hedge against my put hedge? Oh, Jesus Christ. For buyback completion, is that just publicly notifying that the float is X smaller? Yeah. We would see price vol going nuts if it was on the open market. I mean, not necessarily. Generally, buybacks are done over time, and they're usually done through block orders. I have Baba at 95p, 317, small position. Would you wait for SLD, then dump on any downside on the stock? Thanks as always. Sure, or, you know, just literally anything to happen in China over the next couple weeks. Gap fill tomorrow? I mean, I'll say it doesn't look like it right now. Although I guess it's possible. How are we even on a CPI day? And there was a lot of delta neutral positioning. Lots of like straddles and strangles all over SPX. So I'm not surprised. I'm not super surprised at the volatility. It's a little excessive, but don't forget we also have PPI this week. So it could be that a lot of the volatility positioning is staying in place for PPI, which is on Thursday. We have retail sales tomorrow. We have a bunch of things tomorrow too, actually. This week's loaded with macroeconomic data. Do you know that there's a shark kit with wipes called Oopsie Poopsie? No? But that's amazing. I know what I'm giving everyone for Christmas. On my banking website, I take a screenshot of my loan balances and I remove them in Photoshop. Does that clear my debt? This seems like a loophole. Well, you have to submit that screenshot to the bank and be like, look, I don't know what you're talking about. These are obviously cleared. Have Crow, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, man.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit's squeezed.
PPI more important than hot CPI? No, it shouldn't be. But it could be a reason to keep positions in place. 14 minutes for the SPX to drop 110 basis points for my last 0 DT put to go in the money. I've never felt so confident in anything since the Pentagon told me not to worry about high aerial objects. It doesn't look like it's happening. Did they announce a Tesla GME Bobby merger? I don't think so. Tesla would have cratered. I went a little crazy on Upstart calls for this miracle. What miracle? Why? Why are people playing earnings? It's a binary event. It's stupid. You're just gambling. Palantir has 115,000 contracts go in the money at the current price. Yeah, but most of them are probably sold. We still made good money today on other 0 DT SPX bets. This last one was a runner that just strayed off the course. Yeah, I made a bunch earlier on 0DTE puts. That was fun. I want more of that. Hashtag Vega Gang. My only question about Bobby is, are they going to rename the sub RBBBYRQ or not? How much theta do you think is enough for NVIDIA puts in the range of 180 to 200? 90 days too little? A little more than 90 days would probably be good. It's not too little. It's kind of fine. But more theta never hurts, especially if you're going short something like NVIDIA. BTU does not currently pay a dividend, as far as I'm aware. They used to, I think. Yeah, their last dividend they issued was on it was in 2019. I've never found a finger in a Wendy's chili. The only time I'm going to check RBBY is when they're delisted and the price rapidly approaches zero. The copium will be so beautiful to witness. Man. They just renamed the sub RBBY Meltdown. They should just name it R Pickle Jar Meltdown. Neither puts nor calls flinching. Gonna close at 41.43. Yeah, I guess no one cares about their money today. Weird. I don't know, we still got 10 minutes. Might move up a little. This whole day is so fucking strange. Dow's down again. Nasdaq's up 92 BPS, but S&P is only up 19. Dixie's down. Euro and pound are up a little bit. Yen's down. HSI didn't slide too hard yesterday. Check DMs, I'm a genius. What have you done? Oh, look at you. Problem solved. Now submit that to your loan officer. Wait, how the fuck did computer share miss on earnings? Really? Oh, that's not good for their computer share numbers. I did it. I averaged out my put hedge at the peak. Nice. Rivian puts or Airbnb puts or both? Probably not Rivian. And I'm not playing Airbnb's earnings. Everyone's getting way, way too bullish on tech before the realization of the Fed's rate increases is apparent. It's interesting. Does VIX normally drop this much before SLD? Well, the market usually rallies into SLD, so yeah. VIX is actually a bit, I think, a bit higher than it normally is. I saw a Rivian car the other day. It looked pretty nice. BTU just prints money, you stock god. Thanks, Fiscal. How far out do you see the bottom of the housing market from now? A year? I think like inflated inventories will become a problem either in the early spring or early summer. So maybe by like late summer, early fall. That depends on if rates have stabilized. If the rates keep going up, it can push it out longer. Was Upstart pumped today a liquidity grab? They got a little bit of liquidity, yeah. I'd be wary of them shorting earnings. They did get a little bit of liquidity today. Not a lot. Most of it was just pushed by the market rising and Upstart being pretty illiquid. Good idea or bad idea? Straddle for earnings? Probably not enough movement in the underlying. Straddles benefit from volatility, right? And so like, yeah, I don't particularly like the idea of a straddle there. Seems stagnant right now, no sellers dropping prices while inventory is expanding and rates are increasing, alongside new builds being at 2008 rates. So yeah, I think the break is gonna have to come with the labor market, right? People are gonna start needing to sell their homes, and then that's gonna increase inventories even more. And then once rates stabilize, you'll probably have more buyers. Especially at cheaper prices, right? So increased inventories into lower prices. I mean, eventually you'll find people willing to take on, a 7-8% loan if the price of the house is cheap enough, like if the principal is low enough. Say it with me now. Supply and demand. Yeah. There's absolutely zero housing available around me. The market is drier than GME's volume. Can we play that game where you lead us to the answer, Gork? Do it with Carl this time? No. Update on my 31730s. I sold half at 100% profit. Now writing stop losses on the remaining. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Thoughts on Tesla's 200Ps? Thoughts on Tesla 200 piece for 317? Probably not bad. 317? Yeah, they're okay. I mean, what, for like a few days? And if supply doesn't tick up and everyone hunkers down on their existing sub 3.5% rates, I mean, those people are going to lose their jobs. The labor market's still strong right now, but that's not going to last. Corporations are already cutting into their headcounts in order to meet earnings, right? And save face. Update on the California housing market. A realtor cold called me. That's when you know it's bad. I mean, that market's kind of an extreme, but yeah. Assuming that a buyback occurs, would you know how and when this would affect reg show calcs? What do you mean? The buyback would have already occurred if they've bought any shares back, right? I don't know what you mean by how it would affect reg show calculations. If the 5 days of consecutive failures in excess of 0.05% of the shares outstanding, that's how you get on reg show. People losing their jobs and Carl getting put in charge of the money. Shit's fucked you. It's bad. Greg, is your PT for GME still sub 1850 after market improvement? Yeah? What do you mean market improvement? The fucking market's at like 0 today. Shit's gonna close flat. They have to fail a certain percent of the shares outstanding. So yeah, if the shares outstanding reduces, then it can increase or lower the number of fails required, if that's the question. Because it's a percentage of the shares outstanding. Are we gonna close gray on SPX? We're pretty fucking close. Be kind of epic, but no. Slightly down. It looks like. Well, there's a minute left. 30 seconds. So close. This is kind of intense. Ah. Bastards. Ding ding. The day is done. That's it. That was super fun. 3 basis point move today on the SPX after moving hundreds of BPS at a time multiple times today. It's very odd. It's extremely odd. A lot of stocks, however, moving up today. Specifically in the basket, as their liquidity overall remains moderately low. Upstart, GME, Tesla. I don't know what else. BTU with phenomenal earnings. I don't know why Upstart's suspended. Oh, they always do this. for the share buyback announcement. Yeah, it was halted last time too. Yeah, the news pending is the share buyback. They do it every earnings. Yep. No, Upstart's not delisting. Yeah, basically, they let the exchange know that they're going to be making an announcement about a reduction in their float size, and then they're halted until the announcement's made. Anyway, so yeah, kind of an interesting day. Most things fairly flat on the day, I think. Few positive, few losers. Not much else to talk about, I guess. Jimmy up like 1%. Can anyone tell me if I can wait till tomorrow to get flowers when they're on sale, or is that a bad move? That seems like a great move. Especially if you just can't hang out tonight. I wasn't looking at rig. Do I even have rig on here? Yeah, rig did pretty good today too. They've been doing a little bit better. I got out. I really don't want to buy back into it. I have enough exposure between BP and Oxy. Oh my god, Upstart is always suspended before earnings. Feuds, what doing? Are they crashing? Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Ugh. Yeah. Sell everything. Perfect. Okay. I don't want to sit here for earnings. You guys can all listen to them independently through their investor relations website. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow. I might be on the Discord later to answer questions about Upstart's earnings. I may not. We'll see. Have a good night, guys.
Kinney's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kinney's.
It's yours?
No,
Mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not...
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
Not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that? It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.